Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Welcome to this committee. You are Dr. Alfred Nganga Mutua, AGH.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
That's for the record. Welcome to this committee. For purposes of this hearing, we'll be referring to you as nominee, not by your official name. This is a committee of parliament on appointments. You're one of those few who are lucky to appear before this committee twice in 2 years or in less than 2 years. We are here to engage you and assess your suitability to serve as Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection. You'll engage members. You are known to almost everybody here, but the proceedings will be without fee or favor. And we expect when we start, you answer all the questions precisely and concisely, so that we can save a bit of time. I'm the Speaker of the National Assembly and the chairperson, as some people call me, but I'm the chairman of this committee. With me is my Deputy Speaker, Gladys Boss, and the clerk to the National Assembly, Samuel Njoroge. I'll invite members to introduce themselves for the record as well. Naisula
Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Kimani Shongo.
Junet Mohammed.
Nelson Koech, Belgut.
David Kosing, Poko South.
Gikaria David, Nakuru Town East.
Abdul Rahim Daud, MP North Imenti, Meru County.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka, Tharaka Nithi.
Owen Baya, Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui, MP Kadhiani.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Dido Raso, Saku.
Abdishuria, Balambala.
Bishimpoko Likoni.
Rehab Mukami, Nyeri.
And I'm Caleb Amisi Saboti.
Mary Emase, Teso South.
Nominee will now be invited to take an oath. We'll conduct these proceedings with you having taken oath. We have the holy books, we have the Bible, the Holy Quran, and the Gita. I think that is the Hindu holy book. Which one do you want to swear with? So you may be upstanding, take the Bible in your right hand and recite the oath. Switch on the other mic as well. Good.
I, Alfred Nganga Mutua, do swear that the evidence that I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. May I take your seat and sign to the oath? We'll start off with a brief introduction of yourself. Tell us your name, your educational background, your work experience, your key competences that you believe make you suitable for appointment to the position to which you have been proposed or nominated. In under 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. I'm very, very happy to be here and to be given this opportunity. My name is Alfred Nganga Mutua, born in Machakos, Masii, and educated in Machakos and in the counties of Nairobi. I'm a holder of a doctorate in communication and media, and also a Master's of Science in Communication and a Bachelor's in Journalism. I have worked in Kenya in media houses as a journalist. I've worked various organizations overseas, also in Australia and in the US. I served as a foreign correspondent, served as an assistant professor. I was blessed to be the first government spokesperson of the Republic of Kenya, and also blessed to be the first governor of the great county of Machakos. And I'm grateful to His Excellency, the President William Ruto, for appointing me into his cabinet and reappointing me and nominating me again for reappointment for a second time. And I'm quite happy about that. I want to say that service has always been at the forefront of everything that I do. And I've always been known to be one who believes in action and not just words. When His Excellency the President appointed me to be the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he gave me an opportunity for me to understand his thinking and understand the placement of Kenya in the bigger circle of where we are and where we are going as a country and the challenges that we face. I am grateful to the President that he has seen it fit to give me an opportunity to understand government by also taking me to the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, where I was able to combine the experience I had out there of how tourism has been able to grow. And I was able to get into the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife and reactivate a sleeping giant, because we need to provide employment to our people, and that is one of the low-hanging fruits. As a result, the numbers of tourism, we set up structures that we expect that by the end of this year we'll be in the looking at about 3 million visitors arriving into this country, if not more, with a trajectory of 5 million within another year and a half. We're also able to deal with issues of human wildlife compensation that had become a big problem by actually launching a new scheme, which was launched by the President, and paying out about $1 billion shillings to people who have been waiting forever, and I've put in systems so that more people could be paid. We're able to fence by fighting corruption many places. When I got into the ministry, I found that they were fencing to keep animals away from people at a cost of about 3 million a kilometer. 3 million a kilometer. And with 300 million that I had, I looked around, I did my research, and I realized that the government was being conned. So we were able to advertise, and we brought down to a reserve price of maximum of 850 million a kilometer for the same standard of wiring. And as a result, instead of only 100 kilometers with 300 million, we are now looking at close to 400 million. And after discussions with the President, when he was launching a fencing program, we agreed that it is possible to bring the cost down to 650. So we're able to do many, many things in terms of human wildlife conflict, build dams and other projects that will continue, and I believe I left the ministry at a good trajectory. I am quite grateful that the President has seen it fit to to nominate me for the Ministry of Labor. And I think I understand why. Because when I was traveling as a Minister of Foreign Affairs, the issues of bilateral trade labor agreements and being able to secure employment for our people overseas and also grow the economy by bringing in business processing into our country were critical, and I understand the market. And having served also as a governor of Machakos, who can move quickly and bring results, I understand why the president appointed me into this position. We had the crisis of Gen Zs lately, whereby people were on the streets, and the main issue was employment. And we have to create an enabling environment. And I believe that I'm in a position, because of my history and service, to be able to create an environment that will grow jobs across many sectors in government, and also be able to help our people realize skills that they can work either here or overseas. In a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, is to say that from the time you exit the labor ward to the time you are ready to enter the labor market, we want to set up systems to ensure that you do not fall through the cracks. As I conclude, the issue of social protection are important. We have very many people in this country that are poor, that are suffering, that are losing hope. We have many children that are in despair. We have many systems that we've been talking about for the last 60 years. And I have ideas that we will discuss as we continue of how we can change how things are done to ensure that our people do not fall through the cracks. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, nominee. I'll now invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask you a question.
Dr. Mutua, as you know, His Excellency the President has been at the forefront of promoting labor migration as a way of dealing with unemployment. And also secondly, because migrant workers bring a significant contribution to our economy through their remittances. And then you have also been Cabinet Secretary of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs. So we'd like to know how you leverage on those contacts that you made to be able to promote this. But before you proceed, and while you're at it, I'd like you to elaborate on two issues that have tainted your image. One is that you are closely associated to a Miss Judith of First Choice Employment Agency. There are clips of you introducing her to the president, and she's known, and it's even come to parliament. There are petitioners from Wasingishu County whom she owes millions of shillings and has impoverished many young people in Wasingishu because she conned them out of their money. And this is in the public domain, so please explain to us that you will not fall prey, if confirmed, to this issue. Number two, you also had another incident in Canada where you met a public senior government official informally. It was not a formal meeting, informally, and had informal discussions. But when you came back to Kenya, you announced in the media that you have secured an agreement with Canada so they can recruit Kenyans. And thereafter, it was denied by the Canadian government. In fact, the Canadian government ended up spending 2 weeks at the Kenyan embassy to train Kenyans on what to say, the ones at the embassy in Ottawa, on how to behave and the things that are official and not official. So please explain to us those and tell the people of Wasingishu how they'll get their money back. Thank you.
Nominee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boss, for your questions. Let me start from the very beginning. One of the things that I want to do in terms of labor migration is ensure that we have agreements. The challenge we have is that people, when they go outside this country, they go as by themselves. And at times they get abused and they don't get the right rates that they should. This is because of bilateral labor agreements. We have only signed 4, which were signed even before this government got into place. And we have another pending 16, 17. My move is to get close to 30, if not 50 bilateral labor agreements by going through the hoops. I have been able to do a bit of research, and the problem is the bureaucracy that we have within our government system. By working with my colleagues, and I'll bring it up to cabinet if appointed, if pass the vetting by this house, is to ensure that we break the bureaucracy so that we can move faster in terms of processing bilateral labor agreements so that we can be able to get into that. Now, when it comes to the issues that you mentioned of a lady called Judith, I tend to remember that we had a function at KICC where we had different stands, and the stand of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora was next to the stand of Ministry of Labor. And I'd never met this lady in my life. But she was the one who was showcasing what the Ministry of Labor, I was not the minister then, was showcasing the program that they had of what was happening. And when the president came, we were told to combine the two issues of labor because of diaspora at that time. And I was there with my PS and others, so I was introducing the president to the people who were presenting. And if you watch the clip, I didn't even know her name, and she introduced herself. That was the only time that I ever met her, and after that meeting, I've never met her again. So I don't have any conflict of interest. I saw her stories later on about her, and those are things that, you remember when I was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I'd even called a meeting to discuss these issues of rogue, employment agencies, and we'll come to, it's an issue that I'll be dealing with squarely.
So
from
you have an undertaking that you'll ensure that the people of Uasin Gishu who lost over 100 million shillings will get them, you'll investigate and get their money back?
I'll give an undertaking that I will ensure that the rule of law is applied, and if anybody has to return monies according to the rule of law, we'll make sure we follow the process so that people get their rights, because it is wrong for people to lose their money through con organizations. That. Now, the issue of Canada is what I would call mischief. When I went to Canada, I had official meetings, not unofficial meetings, and we had an agreement. When I got to Kenya and announced what we had agreed on, immediately an organization, a fake, so-called fake organization that was promising Kenyans jobs and charging them jobs, put out a notice of providing employment to Kenyans. The Canadians were not responding to me. They were responding to that fake announcement to show that clearly that fake announcement quoting the Canadian government was not theirs. It was not an agreement between the two countries. Because of all that, I even had a call from my counterpart at the time from Canada to apologize for the mix-up, because the way the Kenyan media, and it was just basically, they were very clear. It was one of the newspapers, a journalist took it and twisted it.
You or your counterpart? Who was apologizing?
My counterpart called me to apologize that this had been mistaken, had been taken out of context. And to explain to me that that was not the intent of the statement that they issued. Actually, they were supporting the agreement and the discussions that we had about fighting fake people who have been misleading Kenyans all over, quoting the government of Canada, to say they were not aware of that issue. And be able to sort out that issue and move on and be able to actually establish systems which I can discuss later on about getting seasonal workers to go to these countries.
So what is the position with Canada now? See, when you left the ministry, what was the position on that point, on migrant workers?
The position of Canada now is that one of the bilateral labor agreements that I'll be following up is that Canada does not sign bilateral labor agreements as a nation with countries, but the provinces, according to their law, are the ones that sign agreements. And what we had agreed about was about getting seasonal workers for Canada. Canadians are looking for seasonal workers so that during the summer you can go there, you can work for six months or so, and then go back to your country. They already have many seasonal workers from lots of South American countries, from the Philippines and even other Asian countries, but they don't have many or any from our country. So that is something that is still in process, and it is quite exciting because I got information from some colleagues and some friends from Canada when I was nominated for this position, saying at last now we can revive the conversation and continue from where it was left.
Before the next question, your documents that you came with should be handed, Sergeant, to the clerk to verify with what we have on you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS, I'll just start my question from where you stopped on Canada. because then you are foreign minister now, you've been nominated to be the Minister for Labor. And the issue that you had then was a labor issue, basically. I'd want to hear, what are you going to do to now actualize not just that Canadian program, but we have since we established the National Employment Authority that has a system that is called the National Employment Authority Integrated Management System, that was created to be a portal where Kenyans, young Kenyans who are looking for jobs, can be able to access jobs even in the diaspora. This portal is there, but basically because of what has now been viewed as very poor communication by government, many Kenyans don't know about it. Many Kenyans don't access the jobs that are advertised there. There are some who you hear complain that the jobs that are there are low-cadre jobs in the Middle East and elsewhere, but not the kind of jobs that quite a number of our well-educated workforce is looking for. So I want to hear now, you, if approved as Minister for Labor, what are you going to do to ensure, one, that this portal has more professional and higher cadre jobs, but also Kenyans are aware and you create awareness to Kenyans on how to access jobs using this portal and other fora that you may create as Minister for Labor. And having served as government spokesperson, probably this is your opportunity now to engage with the young people, create jobs, and be able to show them how to apply for those jobs.
The next, Unit.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my question to the nominee is, the less than 2 years now, you have traveled a lot in terms of changes from one ministry to another. You started from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, then you went to the Ministry of Tourism, and now you are here to be vetted for the Ministry of Labor. In a brief manner, can you share with us what you have achieved in the Ministry of Foreign and the Ministry of Environment? No, this other one, Tourism, because it will inform us what's ahead of you.
Let's take Naisula as well.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Mutua, on 1st of March 2023, when you were the Cabinet Secretary at the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, you made a very important communication through a note verbal, where you informed diplomatic and consular missions, UN, and other international organizations in Kenya, that it was agreed in the interest of efficiency that the missions may communicate directly with departments, different ministries in the country. And you know, now even in the Ministry of Labor, you'll be dealing still with other countries. It is important for you to share with this committee and also Kenyans what informed your decision then, because normally we know that they write directly to the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, but now they could write directly to other ministries and departments. And the last question that I had is that how do you plan to handle the perennial industrial unrest in most sectors? For example, health, because you, as much as it is in health, you will play a critical role as the CS of Labor, that is in case you are approved and confirmed as the CS of Labor.
Nominee, you can answer those three.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, Majority Leader Honorable Shungwa, thank you very much about the National Employment Authority. And it is true, they have a website that many people do not know about. I've been in government for very long. I've never even looked at that website. And you know the old adage that if you wink at somebody in the dark, you're the only one who knows you're winking. And that is exactly what has been happening. The Kenyans who are looking for work, Mwananchi who's looking for work has not really known about this portal and what is available. So one of the first things that I'm going to undertake is to have a good marketing campaign to ensure that Kenyans know about the opportunities that are there. Kenyans do not want handouts. Kenyans want to be given opportunities. They want to know where you can get their skills. They want to know how to apply for jobs. They want to know where the opportunities are. And because there's a mistaken idea that the jobs out there that are available are only jobs for house helps. Whereas when I did a bit of research and I looked at the available jobs in the countries like Australia, Germany, Italy, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Turkey, US, Canada are looking for people, and they are ready to employ Kenyans in various areas. For example, the international community are asking for about 11,200 jobs of drivers. If you can drive, they're looking for drivers. But we have to be a ministry that is able to take the person who is looking for the work and connect them with the employer and teach them also how to get those jobs. I know what kind of documents do you need to get those jobs. They are looking for another 8,400 domestic drivers. They are looking for hotel workers. We've got about 3,000, nearly close to 3,000 people in beauty. If you've done beauty, to work in a spa, to be able to do nails. They're looking for those young people to be able to go to Canada and other countries. Also in firefighting, in all the different areas, baristas, in heavy truck drivers, construction workers. If you're a mason, if you know how to do carpentry, Australia is looking for you. So we are going to make sure that people are able to know that regardless of the field you are in, nurses, doctors, people are looking for Kenyans to be able to work. So as you wait for the economy to grow, because our job is not to send people out of the country, we have to also grow jobs here. As you wait for our economy to grow, in the meantime, do not give up hope. We are going to make sure that we connect you to available opportunities and also help you gain the right skills so that you can be able to get to those jobs. Honorable Jeanette, you asked a question about moving from one to the other. The other day, I was thinking about my good late friend, Honorable John Michuki, who quickly served in the Ministry of Communication and Transportation, as it was called then, and then transited to Ministry of Interior, and then very quickly to the Ministry of Environment. And when I look at the thinking behind the president moving from one ministry, is because that I move in, and in a very chap manner, I'm able to enact processes that are able to grow the system. For example, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I was able to sort out an all-standing issue of deployment. For a long time, people felt that they are deployed according to who knows who. I set up a system so that if you're in the service, you know that when your time comes, you don't need to know the minister, you don't need to know the PS, that automatically you fall into place to bring a sense of fairness. I was also able to work to get a lot of MOUs that had pended to be quickly worked on and to move faster so that we can get into all these agreements so that people can be able to move faster. I was able to also work closely with the president to prepare for trips that were not mainly just diplomatic in nature, but were also very economic in nature, because it's all about getting other people's money to come to our country, bringing money to our country. And I was at the forefront negotiating for companies to come and open factories here in this country. When I moved to the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, I quickly looked at where do we get our tourists from? Why are we losing tourists to other people? And by meeting all the stakeholders, I've set up a system where we are concentrating on markets like the African market and other markets that can give us the numbers that we need and the money that we need. I also, by looking at reorganization of how Kenya Tourist Board does its things, is to focus on key areas of marketing our people so that people can come to this country. I was able to deal with the issues that I talked about, I don't want to repeat myself, about human-wildlife conflict and the arrangement of those things that were done. So I'm very, very proud of the work that we did. But I did not do this because I was sitting in the office. You know, when I got into the office, I spent few hours in the office and more hours on the ground. I started what we called utalii mashinani, because Kenya has so many things to offer, but we've only been selling the beach and the ocean. And I wanted to be able to transform and make every part of this country to be a tourist attraction site. I went to Samburu, I went to Kwale, Kilifi, Narok, Taveta, Laikipia, Makueni, Kitui, Busia. I was in Bungoma, Mombasa, Kiambu, just to mention but a few. I went across this country, and I was still going around this country to look at new tourism circuits so that tourists can keep on coming. I had a very big plan, which I hope my colleague, which I've talked to her, she can continue, and that is transforming our coastal area to be the entertainment zone for the continent of Africa, to be the Miami of Africa, to be the Riviera of Africa, so that people who are landlocked in the continent and others can come just to have a good time at our coastal area, enjoy our culture, and be able to move on. On the final question by Honorable Lesuda about the note verbal, this was done not just by myself, but an agreement after cabinet discussions of how we could cut down the bureaucracy. Because you look at, for example, the amount of money that we get as grants and loans from foreign nations, and the amount of money that we spend of those monies, we are only absorbing 25 to 30%. So here we are crying out that we don't have money for development, yet close to 70% or 65% plus of the monies from donor countries are unspent. Why? Because of bureaucracy. By the time the process goes between an ambassador to come and see a minister for this activation to go from the Ministry of Finance and back, it takes forever. So the idea was, can we speed up? But it was not just a blanket where a minister, an ambassador would wake up and just walk into the office of a minister. No, no, no. You talk to the minister, but you also communicate to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And when the minister was approached by an ambassador, they communicate to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and during their meeting, there would be an officer sent from the Minister of Foreign Affairs to sit in that meeting to take notes. What it was cutting was that direction of note verbal. A letter comes from my office, it goes to the, or comes from an ambassador, goes to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the protocol division, spends a day or 2 days there as it's being sorted, goes to the relevant team, it's sent to the ministry takes 2-3 days before the minister sees it, the minister works on it, it comes back, the dates are wrong, and then now it goes back that you need new dates. It can take 2 weeks just to book an appointment of 30 minutes. But when they talk among them, you say, no, I can't make it tomorrow, can we make it next Wednesday? 2 minutes, they have agreed on a date to meet, to make sure that things are moving forward. I submit.
Chairman, there's a question is not answered on the industrial, the strikes, the health, I gave that as an example, but also on what he has said on the note of verbal, the same thing, Chairman, you've been saying about communication. When that was not communicated well, that it was to cut bureaucracy, it sent scares out there, people wondering whether just an officer at any department can now communicate directly with an embassy. So that's what has come out clearly here about communicating what you would like to do.
And I totally concur with you, Honorable Lesuda. It's about communication. But there's a lot of pushback because people like the comfort of doing things the same way. And people don't like to see change. So there's a bit of pushback, a lot of propaganda by people who thought now that their clout will diminish without looking at the bigger picture of trying to get our economy moving forward. But I totally agree. The final question on the perennial labor disputes. I bring experience as having served as a governor for 2 terms in Machakos, where we had issues of labor disputes. And I realized that majority of these labor disputes and the strikes occur because the problems are led to fester from a small pimple to a gangrenous leg that has to be cut off. And my technique will be setting up a system whereby there will be tracking and knowing the kind of problems they are in the industry, such that people, when the problem starts, we can intervene early. Because the Ministry of Labor has only been intervening at the end, when people are already on the streets. We need to intervene even before a strike notice is issued. We'll be studying the landscape and like radar, looking at where is the problem so that we can approach and try to have dispute resolutions done when the problem is still small. But Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, we must realize that I want to speak having served in government for about 20 years now, thanks to God. A lot of problems, for example, with the medical fraternity when they go on strike, and they went on strike when I was the governor, doing nothing, is because some of the fundamental human rights issues that need to be taken care of are not taken care of. It's usually not even the issue of big salaries. It's the welfare. It's the way of operations. It's the comfort level. It's the way they are empowered. Let's take, for example, when I go to Machakos, it was quite sad that you find that doctors would be treating somebody who has medical insurance, and that person is under their care, and yet when the doctor's child or spouse or himself or herself got ill, they didn't have medical insurance. So it is correcting some of those employment issues, and one of the things that I want to do is look at enforcement of the Employment Act to ensure that we give the workers the benefits that they deserve according to the law, because when workers are work in a good environment, it increases productivity. Productivity means growth. Growth means more employment opportunities for our people. I submit.
Robert Mbui, Owen Baya, and George Murugara, in that order.
Thank you.
One
Thank
thing,
you.
Mr. Speaker, so that I don't lose it, on something that Honorable Lesuda asked on that not verbal.
Yes.
I just want to tell this committee that the nominee is not factual. It's totally inaccurate.
Challenge him.
Number one is that not verbal was the most unfortunate decision that has ever been made in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. To delegate their core mandate was wrong. And that thing was reversed immediately. The Prime Cabinet Secretary came into office. It was wrong.
Was it the most unfortunate not verbal?
Yes, and I respect Honorable Nelson Koech and the perspective that he has given. And I was chair of the Foreign and Diaspora and Defense Committee, and we had discussions about this issue quite a few times. And it was a government policy that was passed at the time, and it fit the bill at that particular time, and it served its end at that particular time. And the good thing is that I know that government looks at opportunities that are given and changes that are there, and you alter them according to the times and the lessons that are learned. I submit.
Robert.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is about the cash transfer program for older and vulnerable persons that was started in 2007, and the purpose was to provide regular and predictable cash transfers to those older and vulnerable people identified in those deserving households. Now, unfortunately, that has not been successful because there's constant delays. Now, I want to point out 2-3 things. One is that there has been shifting goalposts over the period. At the beginning, when I was elected in 2013, there were issues of the banks that they would get their money from. Later on, it shifted to M-Pesa, SACCOs, and every time there is a change, it of course interferes with all those people that collect this money. Secondly, there is an issue of onboarding all people that qualify, because the minute the government says that people of a certain age are supposed to get it, there is also those who are of that age that do not qualify, and their names are not picked up, and they also don't get the money. And thirdly, there is the issue of interference by county governments. I'll give an example of Machakos County when you were governor in 2013, when the national government was picking names of those that would qualify to be given money. The county government also collected names at the same time, and those that were collected at county government obviously never got the money because there was no capacity. How would you handle those things given this docket?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to address this question to our nominee on labor disputes. Nominee, this country loses billions of shillings because of labor disputes and strikes and such things. But the unfortunate thing that has always happened in government is we wait until a labor dispute comes, we see it looming, you know, and nobody takes action until people give notice. They give 3 notices, and people go on strike and disrupt labor and productivity in the country. The Ministry of Labor has a mandate to preempt strikes, to have a discussion with human capital to ensure that we don't get into situations like that. Like when KQ had its strike, it was devastating to the economy. But we had a minister in charge, and there wasn't much that was done until now it came to threats, to courts and all that. But at that particular time, the country is grounded. How do you intend to be different such that this ministry is useful in terms of ensuring that this is not a country that chases away investors because of labor disputes? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Nominee, unfair labor practices, very common in our country. The labor and employment courts are actually flooded with all these cases where we just don't do it right. You are going to be the custodian of government policy as regards employment. One of the most unfair labor practices in the country is for the government to take interns, young people on internships. 1 year after that, they are let to go. And yet those government departments soon thereafter start advertising for positions. And we also know that people go on retirement, natural attrition. Would you be bold enough to advise the government that these interns should actually be the first port of call for the government in matters employment? And as we speak, they are looming strikes because of the first 5 or 6 cohorts who have been released.
Nominee, you can answer those 3.
Thank you very, very much. Let me start with Honorable Mbui on the issue of Inua Jamii. I think the challenge we've had with Inua Jamii is that, and I've done my research, is that people have tried to be creative, and it is now improving, but it's an old syndrome. And that's why we have devolution, whereby you are giving 2,000 shillings to an old grandmother, and you want that grandmother to travel from the small village in the middle of nowhere and go for 100 kilometers to the county headquarters to get the money. But this eventually went down further, even to M-Pesa and other systems. And my study is that we are still not being able to get to the ground completely, to the people who are most deserving. And one of the things that I'll do is work closely with the county governments and also with the national government system to go to the village-based system, not only for identifying the people who deserve the Inua Jamii funds, but also to collect data of the ones who exit, but also on the payment module. Why should I spend 300 shillings to travel to get my money or to the nearest M-Pesa place, because some of these old people don't have the M-Pesa monies, and then travel back, with the same money. So I'm going to find a system of getting the money to the people at their doorstep, more or less, in a progressive manner. As you know, we already have about close to 1.8 people in the system, and looking at how we can get
1.8 million or 1.8 people?
1.8 million beneficiaries, people, and we want to move it to, according to what was being discussed in the cabinet I served in, close to 2.5, and continue to onboard them. But I'm also concerned, Mr. Speaker, about the classification of people who are suffering from various disabilities, because the monies don't go to the disabled person, they go to the household. And so you find that many disabled people fall through the cracks. If you've got 1 or 2 members of a family, then that becomes one unit. And furthermore, the disabled even have at times higher challenges than the abled. And we may need to be fair in this country and see what we can do to give them slightly more money compared to what we have. Initially, everything was pegged on the US dollar. It was supposed to be $20, but with how the economy has grown now, they are getting 12 to 15 US dollars, not the original 20 security that was thought of when you look at the inflation and the changes that are there. So this is an issue that is very close to me. The question about Machakos, I think there was maybe a miscommunication, because the government of Machakos that I served in as a governor were never collected names for Inua Jamii or social protection. The names we were collecting was for water mapping. We were doing research to find out what are the needs in terms of water delivery in the area as a marker of poverty. But our data was for county government. The national government was collecting its own data. Moving on to the second question by Mheshimiwa Baya about disputes. I agree with you. And I'm going to set up, if vetted and this committee proposes my name for appointment, an early warning system. And I'm going to look at all the sectors and have people who are confidently can come. I keep an open door policy for those members of parliament that have even come to my office to see me. You know, I keep an open door policy for the different sectors to talk to me. Let me know what is going on, and let our systems know so that we can get and arrest them, as you said, early. You know, take care of this wound before it becomes problematic and before the disruptions that are there. And also when the disruptions are there, I'm very good at bringing people together and being able to bring harmony, which is one of my big successes that I did when I got into the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. I found a lot of people warring and fighting each other, and I was able to bring peace and calm within a very short time. I remember having discussions with Honorable Ishungwa about it, and I was able to bring peace and sanity, and I believe I can be able to do the same because of the experience that I had in Machakos. Lastly, Honorable Burungara, thank you very much. I'm quite concerned. I looked at, when I went to school in the US, I used to get summer jobs working in a factory. And it was all those factories whereby you're collecting wood as it comes down the drive. And there are strict occupational health hazard conditions. You had to have the helmet, the gloves, and then after every 2 hours, you took a break. And every 2 hours, you either took a small break of 15 minutes or a half break for lunch, another 15-minute break. So there were breaks throughout the day because watu wetu sio punda kufanyishwa kazi in those very bad conditions. So the occupational health hazards and also working conditions of workers will be very key to my work if I am, you know, if I go through this process. And part of it is also the internship program, because it doesn't make sense that a young person goes to a bank, they work very well, and they serve in that internship, they are taught, and then when employment jobs come, they are let out. And I'm going to bring a policy to cabinet if I go through this process to ensure that if you are taken in as as an intern in a ministry and you don't have problems and you're okay and you pass a certain mark into internship, because some can be taken and they're not fitting, you pass a certain mark, that when positions of employment of entry level are taken, that you start with those ones. And you're going to talk with the Public Service Commission, because fair is fair. Fair is fair. Thank you.
Dawood, Honorable Dawood, Honorable Emase, and Honorable Amisi, in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I want Honorable Mutua. In his opening, he made a few, I think, mistakes, where he says the fence was 1 billion, or was it 1 million? Then he says he brought it down to 850 million, or is it 850? Okay, that's just a comment. Regarding wildlife payments, you mentioned 1 billion was paid. Yes, I have confirmed 1 billion was paid. And His Excellency the President asked you within 60 days to pay a balance of, clear the balance of 3 billion within 60 days, and that was on April 12, 2024. Could you probably tell us, within that time, the 2 months are over in June, how far have you done? And he even asked you to simplify the way the forms are done. That's what I want to know for the wildlife. Secondly, the disabled and street children. There is the National Disability Mainstreaming Strategy of 2018 to 2022 and the Street Families Rehabilitation Fund of 2003, 46,000 street families as at 2021. What have you done, or what will you do, sorry, you have not done, but what will you do if you go to the ministry? Please give us an idea on that. The last one is, in the UK, there is you have just mentioned that you didn't know about the National Employment Authority and what it does. In the UK, there is agency of government, job centers. They're in each and every place where people say what jobs are available, and they link people to the jobs in industry and all those places. What is your idea about it? And if you do it, would you devolve it right to the locations, sub-locations, or is it counties? Thank you.
Honorable Emasi.
Thank you. Honorable Nominee, my focus is on unemployment or limited opportunities. There's a limited number of opportunities in the country compared to the number of graduates that are coming out of our institutions every year. To make the situation worse, there is a mismatch between skills and industry needs. Sadly, there is an unfair recruitment process. And the question I'm asking myself, you know, some of those graduates, they're actually educating themselves, doing manual jobs, casual jobs. Some of those students, their parents have got to spend time on and off police cells because of brewing changa to take them to school. Others, like in my village, you do pottery. That is how I went to school. And I'm imagining if I did not get a job, what would have happened? So as a nominee, if you are approved, I want to hear about a structured approach to absorbing these graduates into the job market. Because if one graduate, we have graduates who graduated 10 years ago or more. And the reason why we saw them in the streets is because of unemployment. Some of them said, I'm even dead. I'm already dead. Because how do you employ somebody who graduated last year? And then there is another person who graduated 15 years ago, is now 46 years old, 40 years old, with a first-class honors, and is in the village. And his sibling is telling him, why are you even talking about education? I graduated 15 years ago, and I'm jobless. I mean, my brother graduated 15 years ago and is jobless. And you are here telling us about education. So we really need, my friend, you need, this I think requires a multi-sectoral approach. Sit with your counterpart in public service. Sit with your counterpart in education. Probably borrow a leaf from TSC, where they say, first come, first serve. Why should this other guy, the parent has struggled as a degree, retire before getting a job? And somebody who graduated last year, because of the networks, the connections, gets a job before the other. And that takes me to the question of corruption. You must tell us how you're going to deal with the aspect of corruption so that there is equity in distribution of jobs, so that there is fairness in the manner we actually procure, and so that there is no nepotism. That now, because it is Mutua in this Ministry of Labor, it is only people from your region who will have to go to take these jobs in the US or in Germany. I think that is my concern. Once we address that as a country, then I can assure you we will not have young people in the streets. Thank you.
Caleb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have 3 questions, but I'll ask one. If I get an opportunity later, I'll ask the other 2.
I'll allow you to.
Okay. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think I have vetted the nominee before, and of course, as a member of the Committee of Defense and Foreign Relations, we have interacted a lot. And I'm not going to vet you based on what you're going to do. I'm now going to look at your history. You've said that you've worked in government for 20 years. And I want to give you some of the excerpts from what you've said in public while serving in those offices. When you were the spokesperson of Kibaki regime, their press conference and pronouncement you made on Oscar Foundation, 2 hours later the officials were killed, assassinated. It gave the regime a bad name. Whether it was true or not, the pronouncement gave the regime a bad name. In the same regime, you also pronounced yourself to the visiting senator, Senator Obama, as a very small man that we should not bother about. He later became the president of the United States of America. It also gave your regime a bad name. Later on, you also said that you want to rejuvenate the entertainment industry. And you started a Cobra Squad as one of the things that you knew this one is going to revitalize the arts and the music industry. It performed poorly and later disappeared from the screen. In the same regime, we also, during the Kazi kwa Vijana initiative, you said that all the old trees in town must be cut and instead replaced with flowers to beautify Nairobi. Something that did not go on well with the environmentalists and the champions of tree planting. When you become the governor of Machakos, you started a program called Chap Chap, Maendeleo Chap Chap, bought ambulances and all that. Most of those programs flopped. Nothing much came out of it. You actually turned it into a party called Maendeleo Chap Chap instead of the Maendeleo itself. Later on, during the stint as a governor, you once visited the State House with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, and you confessed that
be fair to him, it was not a stint. He served 2 terms.
Yes, 2 terms.
Yes.
So around that time, you visited State House with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga in a state event, and you said the president now serving, who was then the deputy president, squeezed your hand very hardly and painfully. You even reported to the Kilimani police station. Nothing came out of that case. Recently, as a Minister for Foreign Affairs, on an X, what is now called X, it was called then Twitter, when Turkey had a devastating earthquake where thousands of lives were lost, you promised on the behalf of the Kenyan government that food and medicine will be donated to that country. Right now, even the officials of Kenya in Turkey are embarrassed to face the government there because nothing was delivered. And it has embarrassed this country forever in terms of Turkey and the Kenya relationship. And lastly, where you just came from as a Minister for Tourism, you said that all tourists arriving here must plant trees, and they'll even have a fee on it to buy the local seedlings. Something that we don't know whether it was passed by the cabinet, where it was a road declaration. This one puts a lot of skeleton in your closet. What do you say about it?
Mishi?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Let you hold. I think that's quite a mouthful. Let's have those 2. We have had, it's 3. Yes. Dawood, Mary, and Mrs. Churchit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let me start with Honorable Dawood. Just to clarify on the figures, is that there were Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, especially the Department of Wildlife, through KWS, were advertising for tenders that are being given at an approximately 3 million shillings a kilometer. which means when you have 300 million as an allocation, you only have 100 kilometers. And by bringing it down to 850, instead of 100 kilometers, we're able to get 352 kilometers of fencing. And that saves money for 90. About the jobs, and I'm glad because you were there during that meeting when the president talked about compensation to people. We started the process, and one of the challenges that we face in this country is bureaucracy. The president gives directives, and then they are caught in the annals of bureaucracy, treasury, through the systems going on. The process had started, and I hope it will continue. We did not meet the target because of the normal bureaucracies of getting money from here to go here, even though the money is there, but it is something that will be carried out. It's, I like the fact that you discussed the various disability and the challenges that are there, and especially in ensuring that people are given the rights they deserve. Mr. Speaker, we give you an example. I'll never forget this. During the campaign period, I accompanied His Excellency the President, then he was the Deputy President and a candidate, on an economic forum that was held at Racecourse with members of people living with disabilities. And one lady spoke about the challenges she faces as an employee because her child has autism, and the problem she faces because she can't even take time off for some of the things that need to be done to take care of that child, and the lack of support systems, and the challenges that our people living with disabilities go through. And it was quite sad because I remember when the president stood to speak, for about 2 minutes he could not speak. His voice was choking. And he promised that people will not, in this country, go through the challenges they go through just because your child is disabled or you're facing a form of disability. And my mandate, if approved and appointed and sworn in, is to ensure that that promise that the president gave, that I vividly remember, is enacted. And I think we will have done our job making sure that people live well. When I was the government of Machakos, I was, I think, the only governor who enacted the Disability Act by declaring that no building constructed in Machakos or operating in Machakos could operate without, places where would be comfortable for the disabled, for example, with ramps and others. And we shut down buildings. We shut down supermarkets until they build those ramps. I want to even take it further. I'll even have my own rules, like the Michuki rules, showing people occupational health hazards, disability, things that needs to be done. When somebody is hard of seeing and they go into a building with lifts, including Parliament, why do they need somebody to come and help them identify which number? If you go to London, you go to Australia, even go to South Africa, the numbers on the keypads of pushing the buttons for a lift have braille. And so we need to standardize some of these issues so that the disabled can also live a good life. I want to reply to Madam Emasi, and I totally agree with her.
Yes.
He's not answered one question, and he talked about the wildlife compensation bureaucracy. I want to put it to him, he's part of that bureaucracy, which he has not told us how much did he manage within the 60 days His Excellency gave him. And he's not talked about the job centers as well.
How many did you pay in the time you are in tourism?
In tourism, we processed and we have paid close to 1 billion shillings. The pending human wildlife compensation that is there from from the 2015-2020, we're looking at about 7 billion shillings that need to be paid. And you pay according to the exchequer that you receive and the clearances that are given through the exchequer.
Paid $1 million?
We paid 1 billion.
1 billion?
1 billion shillings, and the paying is still ongoing and the process is ongoing. And I've been able to streamline, and what we've done is that we've put together a scheme service, and we got a scheme administrator, so it's not just the government officials sitting down with paperwork, who now, when there's a human wildlife conflict, we've even bought motorcycles for people to be able to visit the homes, take the documents digitally, and those are captured digitally, so that there is no paperwork that has to go to the chief and all the process that takes 6 months, so that the payment schedule is there waiting for the payment, and that's where we are. About the job linkages, is that as I answered earlier on, Mheshimiwa Ishungwa, is to connect the people through proper communication and teaching people on how to do it. But also, let me take this opportunity to talk about that we are not just about sending jobs people to go overseas. We want to bring jobs here. And outsourcing of jobs is an opportunity. Today, in the world, when you talk about labor migration, Philippines is leading. But from my research, Philippines is no longer sending people overseas, but more people are getting jobs in Philippines, within Philippines grounds, by BPOs, you know. And we are going to, and I'm going to push, if I'm confirmed, to get more companies to bring their outsourcing to Kenya for accounting services, for telemedicine services, for telephony services, so that people can work from here for overseas firms, but in Kenya. And that can just be as many people as the ones that we are sending people overseas to work. So it's an area that I'm quite committed. Mheshimiwa Emase had a very good point, and that is clearly that when Kenya Kwanza was campaigning, remember the slogan by yours truly, Mheshimiwa Speaker, that mtoto wa maskini na tajiri watakaa kwa meza moja. It is not just about who knows who in our country. And that is the system that we want to put into place. And the high unemployment that we have here is also based on skill development, because you need at times to retrain yourself to the market. You've studied to be an engineer, and there's a finite number of employment opportunities for engineering. And if they're not there, they're not there. And so at times we need to show people how they can restudy and get new skills to add on to the skills that they have, and also how to be able to diversify. And so the area of skill development is very key. For example, the issue of languages. Opportunities arise with languages, and one of the things that I'm going to push is for our TVETs and our skill development, so that as you learn to be an electrician, you're also learning a foreign language, German, you know, you're learning Spanish, you're learning Italian, so that by the time you're done and there's an opportunity in those foreign countries, you go and plug and play. At least you've got basic understanding of those languages. But also, we need to train people for ways they can get jobs. For example, Canada, when we had a discussion, had specifically say that for them, for plumbers or electricians, there are basic minimums that people need to have, certain ways of doing things, so that we have our curriculum based on the market. When I was served as the Minister of Tourism and Wildlife, I started changing the way utalii works, because utalii has been churning people out with the same skills that they had from the 1970s and 80s. Vile unapanga kitambaa, vijiko, the way you cook is the 70s and 80s. The world has changed, so that now the market tells you these are the new international standards, so that when people leave Utalii College, for example, or leave any TVET, they don't have to be retrained to work anywhere, so that it's plug and play. So that is very important. Now let me come to the issue of corruption. And I have always been known to be very fair in terms of work and labor. And I'm going to ensure, like what our president has told us, that you did not nominate me to be a cabinet secretary if approved of Ukambani or Machakos, where I come from, but a cabinet secretary of the entire country. Because nobody sends a postcard to be born from Luya land, or from Kisii land, or from Turkana, or from Kiambu, or from Coast. Nobody sends a postcard to God. It's where you're born. And you have a right to receive government services properly without fear and favor. And it's the same way in terms of opportunities for jobs across the entire. So I'm going to work with my colleagues, and our president has been at the forefront of this. And if I'm getting an opportunity to join this cabinet, we're going to push this to ensure that there's equity in terms of people getting opportunities, especially also people suffering with disabilities, and also our young men and women who can work. Honorable Caleb, Mheshimiwa Speaker, has made quite a few allegations, and I'm going to answer them one by one. And it's unfortunate that most of them are basic propaganda, but I'm going to prove so. Number one, The Oscar Foundation issue that happened was quite unfortunate. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But it doesn't come at the end. As a Kenyan who has sent a message that you took the former president of Machakos to launch a modern Dubai-like city. He's asking me to ask you, where is it?
The sports field.
Thank you. The Oscar Foundation issue, we had a security meeting in the morning, and I want this to go on record, and led by the head of public service then, police commissioner and others, as a government spokesperson, and we agreed that this was a statement that was going to be issued. The president was briefed. I issued the statement because the legal practitioner and I think the DPP was preparing documents to be able to arrest and take them to court. And later on, after that statement, we heard about the murder or the shooting right outside Parliament of the people that we had also mentioned. So it was pretty unfortunate, and I had nothing to do with it. I was doing my job as agreed in a proper government system. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, you have traveled to the US, and like all houses of Parliament and Senate, when you go in as a freshman, and then you're a sophomore, and then you're a junior, and then you're a senior. So you start in the US system as a sophomore, you start at the bottom, and you work your way up, so you become now a senior senator, a senior document. So when we got the letter from the American Embassy about former President Obama coming to Kenya, the title was the Junior Senator of Illinois, which in the US is actually a positive. It means you're not a freshman, you're not a sophomore, and that you're nearly a senior, that you have graduated, you're actually high in rank. You're not a junior. You're not, you know what I mean? So you're the junior senator, and that's the American system. And I studied in the US myself, and that's a system even when you enter university. You're a freshman, a sophomore, a junior, and a senior. And so when we issued a statement referring to the letter of the Americans talking about the junior senator of Illinois who visited. You look at my statement, that is how we were mentioning his title, and that is the title he had. It was nothing to do with demeaning Obama, who we believed in. It had nothing to do with the comments it said. It was basically his title. You are a majority leader, you are a speaker, you are a minority leader. That's how it's a title that he had at that particular time. Number 3, you asked about Cobra Squad. Cobra Squad was a personal initiative, very successful. I want to say that I bought my house in Nairobi with proceeds from Cobra Squad, and went on to produce many other shows like Beba Beba, which I think you've seen it, and many other shows that my company still produce and do other things. And Cobra Squad was very successful even across Africa. Even today, I still get royalties from it being shown in Zambia, Tanzania, and many other countries. During our second season, after the end of our second season, one of our main actors unfortunately died in the fire that engulfed the former Nakumat that was at Moi Avenue. And it was felt that we could not continue with the third season after that tragedy. And that is how we stopped Cobra Squad, out of respect for the death of one of our workers. So, Mheshimiwa Caleb, it was not a failure, it was a success. Big success, but also we are people with a heart. About Kazi kwa Vijana and the tree planting and the organization, I took the former mayor, not mayor, town clerk, Gakuo, together with some colleagues to Dubai to look at how to beautify our country and the national parks. And I remember spending so much time planting trees in the streets of Nairobi. I even count some of the trees I personally planted right here on Harambee Avenue and over here. And we started an initiative to plant trees and beautify. Now, a decision was made that there will be an expressway, the existing expressway that is there, and that the trees on Uhuru Highway, because the expressway was going to pass on top, had to be removed to allow for the expressway, and so that we have short bushes and brushes. And that was what was going on. It had nothing to do with cutting down the environment. We were planting many more trees and reorganizing many other things. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go on record.
Something. Just a small point of order. You said you went to Dubai to see how to beautify a city. Dubai doesn't have any trees. It's a concrete jungle. So how did you learn that from Dubai?
We found that in Dubai, they have one of the best parks in the world with very big trees and amazing flowers and beauty that you can't believe it grows in a desert. And the challenge was, if it can grow in a desert, if this can grow in a desert, if you've been to Dubai, you've seen, you know, what they're able to do with the trees on the sideline, the palm trees and the forest. Then you understand, if you can do it in a desert, what about in a place where it rains more than the desert? And that was the lesson that was learned. Now, when it comes to my success in Machakos, I bought ambulances in Machakos that cut down the time it took from a person from being taken to hospital from the half an hour to 2 hours on a boda to 1 to 2 to 3 minutes. When you call an ambulance in Machakos during my tenure, it took 3 to 5 minutes. We had one of the fastest, if not the fastest, response rate in the continent of Africa. Very successful. And it was so successful that I was even given an award in Africa as the best governor in the continent of Africa. And the ambulances are still there in Machakos. And they are extremely successful. And the health system that I set up in Machakos, including building the first cancer ward, the cancer center, which treated people free of charge when you have cancer, to show that you don't have to have money to continue, has been quite successful. My track record in Machakos is known all over this country, and all you need to do is just visit Machakos when I was governor, and you could see the things that we did, the roads that we built, the markets that we established, the stadiums that we put together, and you'll be able to see the track record. There are naysayers, people in the opposite.
Speakers, Nelson.
I don't know what's happening with Honorable Mbui and Honorable Mule. Is it something they know? Because they are laughing sheepishly.
Why are you giggling?
Or politics of Ukabani.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to make any comment, but I was member of parliament of Kadhiani, which is in Machakos, when the Honorable Mutua was governor. And I mean, this is sounding like a movie.
Mr. Speaker, you know,
Go on.
When I worked
Go on from where you left.
Yes, when I worked in Machakos, I did amazing things like build the People's Park, the ambulances, and there was a big opposition. And because I was talking and doing things that they only see in movies, they even started calling me Mtu wa Cinema, because they only see it in movies. And the people of Machakos were so happy, regardless of their campaigning against me, that they re-elected me for a second term. Very, very successful. And I beat them hands down, actually. And so I would challenge, Mr. Speaker, the people of Machakos who benefited. In actual fact, Mr. Speaker, there's a small problem happening in Machakos right now, and that is that I was approached by the officer in charge of registration when I was completing my term, and said that there's going to be a problem because a lot of children being born in Machakos are now called Alfred Mutua. But I said they are not mine. And they said it's because most of them now are born in ambulances that you put into place. Because before, in Machakos now you don't find children called Nzilani because they're born by the side of the road, you know, or others, because now people have that dignity. Moving on to the question of the squeezing of my hand, Mheshimiwa Ruto later introduced me to Mheshimiwa Nyonyi from Wanyama, who I felt his grip of the hand, and I realized it was not actually squeezing of the hand. There's a person who can really squeeze the blood out of your hands. And it was put during the political times. It was a political move at the time. Now about Turkey, I'm surprised by the comments made by...
It is not called Turkey, it's Turkey. It's only written Turkey, but it's pronounced Turkey.
Thank you.
That is the name of the country.
Thank you.
I believe you meant the country of Istanbul and Ankara.
Yes.
It's called Turkey in English, Turkey in Arabic.
Yeah, that's the country.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand guided. Yeah. It is only that lately they have been
and
trying to push for that.
And if you it's called Uturuki.
Uturuki.
Yes.
So Turkey, Uturuki, Turkey, depending on who is mentioning it from their end, I met and the ambassador who came, and we galvanized support for Turkey. And even we involved different government agencies for Turkey. Sorry, we've been calling it Turkey, for Turkey. So I'm surprised saying that our officers are embarrassed, yet we are able to work with them. Even our president issued his condolences and talked of the support that we are working. We've been worked very well with the ambassador from Turkey. I'll be surprised, even the ambassador will be surprised to hear of such. When I talked about all tourists planting trees, we said tourists will be given an opportunity, and to urge the hotels
Point of
that
order,
when
because it is a matter that was in public domain and it came directly from the minister's handle, you could maybe explain how you delivered the goods, because according to them, nothing came. They are embarrassed to see the king. There is always everybody who promised delivered except Kenya. And it has put our nation at a very embarrassing position because of your comment.
Mean the food to Turkey?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, if I remember right, we even were able to galvanize blankets and rice and other items that were sent. So I'll look into it to find out where Honorable Caleb is receiving that information from. It's a surprise to me. I'm hearing it for the first time from him, because I've not heard of any complaints, and we worked very well as a government to help our brothers and sisters who have also always stood with us. And H is that tourists to plant trees. We issued and we say that we are going to encourage tourists coming to our country and hotels. And I had a meeting with the stakeholders to be given an opportunity to plant trees, and even came up with a formula which they have actually been using, where you are asked when you come in, do you want to add 20 shillings to your bill, so that that 20 or 50 shillings is for a tree where you can plant, and they can show you to plant. And that is something that now is starting to take traction as it continues.
So it was not physical planting of trees, it was fundraising for tree planting.
It was fundraising for tree planting, and for the ones who want to plant trees, we had even designated an area at Nairobi National Park where people could go and plant trees, because some of them are so keen on the environment to go and plant. And the idea was to showcase where Kenya is in terms of environmental protection. It's an opportunity for people, and many people are very happy to be given that opportunity. And I know, honorable members, you've gone to places where after you make a payment, they ask you, do you want to add 50 shillings for this? Do you want to add 70 shillings for this? So it was that opportunity to be able to serve.
Point of order.
And lastly,
was that money accounted for?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask, Speaker. When you said fundraise, was it an approved cabinet decision? And if it was, how much has been raised up to now?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, not fundraise, but be able to give people an opportunity. For example, if you come to a hotel and the hotel tells you, we have seedlings for you to be able to plant a tree. The seedling costs 50 shillings. Whether you can plant a tree or somebody plants a tree, do you want to contribute to it? You say no, that's it. You say yes, then you ask, do you want to be able to go out and plant the tree, or do you want the hotel to plant the tree? So it's all about, and the government has been collecting numbers. It will be continue collecting numbers from all stakeholders who have engaged in tree planting.
It's like the little change you throw in a basket in a supermarket, something like that.
So, yeah, but you're given an opportunity to say, yes, I want to be able to plant a tree myself. And many people opt to say, well, I don't have time to plant the trees, but can somebody else from the hotel plant the trees? And the hotels will be able to galvanize and say, as a hotel industry, we have planted these trees. And this is something we had agreed with the industry. So it was not just me speaking, it was about an agreement with the industry. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, and I let it go on record here, because many dreams of our Kenyans are destroyed by selfishness of leaders. And forgive me for saying this. When we came up with a program of Machakos New City, we brought investors who signed MOUs worth 2.1 trillion shillings to bring investment not just in Machakos but across the country. using Machakos land that was available and other systems. And we started the process. Mheshimiwa Johnston Muthama and the Wiper Party went to court and got an injunction against us.
Point of order, Chairman. Point of order, Chairman.
Yes,
because he's just named my party.
Let him finish.
He just mentioned my party.
I'll give you an opportunity.
Okay.
Let him finish what... and I want... go on, Nominee.
They went to court and put an injunction, and an injunction was issued by court that we cannot proceed with that program until the court rules otherwise. The court took 5 years. Justice delayed is justice denied. Despite that, we were able to continue. And when the court ruled, and remember it was Justice Odunga, because I have the court case, when he threw out that suit and said actually it had rendered the people of Machakos poorer over time because all those investments were lost. They went to Rwanda, they went to Ghana, they went to South Africa. Today, as we sit here, some of the problems we are facing with Gen Zs is because we've not been able to grow opportunities for them to work. That was a valid dream that was stopped by leaders who are more concerned about political clout of one another rather than taking care of the people of this country. We have to be able to be selfless to know that some programs you may not support them, but they are good for the country. And you support them because they provide employment and opportunities for others. We lost, the person who has built Dubai Mall, he came and he committed $400 million.
That is the one that had a component of Formula One?
Yes. The same component. He had committed to put a sports city and hotel system and everything, and even connect the highway from Machakos all the way. He came, he met the president, he met us. I went to Dubai, we signed an MOU, and the MOU is still there with him. But when it went to court, he took his money to Rwanda, and the rest of the money he took to Angola. Who lost? The Kenyan poor. The Gen Zs were demonstrating because of that.
What is your point of order?
My point of order, Chair, and I want Kenyans to listen keenly to this.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the nominee has accused the Wiper Party of taking him to court. Now, at the point when he came up with this proposal, he had just been elected as Governor Machakos County on a Wiper ticket. I was also elected as a member of parliament on the same party ticket. I was not involved in any issue to do with with a court case. Neither was the party, because the party decision would have been taken at the national election, the NEC Executive Council. So when he says that the Wiper Party took him to court, he's being economical with the truth. I do agree that the senator of Machakos, who was also a Wiper member, may have been involved, but not the party. I would like to see some evidence that puts the party in court against him.
Let's settle that the senator who went to court belonged to Wiper Party, but it may not have been the Wiper Party that took him to court, so that we make progress. Who are the parties to the case? You say you have the case?
Yes, it was...
who was the plaintiff?
It was Senator Muthama.
Yes.
And to Senator Muthama, and when he went to court, he said he represented the views of his party and the party machinery. So I withdraw, and so we leave it as Senator Muthama. And but you see, Mr. Speaker, sir,
yes.
This was done because, from my perspective, I may be wrong. It was felt that if Mutua is able to achieve this greatness, then it will deny others clout. And I'm saying I may be wrong. I'm just saying that I felt that the reason that was stopped is because it was felt that I needed to be put in my place so that I do not overtake other leaders in terms of supremacy. So I just feel that it shouldn't have come to that.
Point of order.
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
I hope that the nominee knows that you're actually under oath, so you risk perjuring yourself. We do realize that.
Daud,
Free legal advice.
Daud,
Can the nominee confirm he was chosen on which party in 2013? Was it Wiper or any other party?
he already said he was elected on Wiper.
Okay, let's make progress. Let's make
Order, Sharia.
I think, Chairman, I'll just suggest if the
make
nominee
progress.
could just stick to the issue of his, rather than just going into politics, just to save us time and also.
Yes, you have finished answering to all the counts on Mrs. charge sheet. Now let's go to Mishi. Yes, Mrs. He has answered everything, including the one that was sent in by a member of the public.
It's not
Yes.
a court case.
Yes.
The reason why I've pushed all those is because of your history. And you know, there is developmental stage. You can't just go to a country, copy something, and replicate here, and you think everything will work. So it puts the office you are holding in jeopardy, the name of the country, the name of the citizens, because of the theatrics manner or melodramatic manner you operate in your office. That's why I brought out those issues.
I'll take the next three. Mishi, Honorable Mishi, Honorable Sharia, and Honorable Raso.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, my question will be on Kenyans working as domestic workers in the Middle East, and I want to focus in Saudi Arabia. And my reference will be the gravity of the reports concerning the mistreatment of Kenyans working there, ranging from denying of food, beaten to death, taken to jail under unnecessary circumstances. Honorable Chairman, just recently, and I want to say thank you to you because you're among those people who assisted me, together with the Cabinet Secretary, Prime Minister Musalia Mudavadi, to bring the body of one of my electorates, a lady who was working in Saudi Arabia, traveled with his employer to Egypt, and after 2 days he died under unclear circumstances. It took us 1.5 months to have the body brought to Nairobi, then transferred to Mombasa. Honorable Chairman, I know there have been some reforms regarding the same issues, but I'm feeling that somehow there's no law enforcement, and I believe they are what we call international labor standards or labor laws, and we also have those who are domestic. And most of the time we are talking about this issue, we are putting some reforms, but yet nothing is being done. In the reports of that case which I've just mentioned, it has written that the death of this lady is under investigation. And this is not the first time. I had another previous case some months back. It had the same report that it is under investigation. But after that, there is no feedback, there is nothing, and it's just like that, and no justice is achieved on that. So my question is, do we have some protocol where should be followed in case of such unfortunate happenings that the family maybe need to follow so that to ensure that they get the body at good time? For us as Muslim, you can imagine she was a Muslim and she had to stay in mortuary for almost 1.5 months for her to come back to Kenya. So I'm like, this is an area where we have to put some policies or rather some measures. And I know we have some impediment because some of the countries, maybe they are not subscribing to the United Nations and especially on universal human rights law. And that is why it became very difficult. We have been putting so many resolutions at the international level regarding this issue of human rights violation. But still these cases keep on happening each and every time. And yet we don't know. This family, they're just there, they get the body, nothing is being told to them, and sometimes even they don't get the belongings of that person. They just receive the body, and that is all. Some of them, they're denying their passport. The passports are confiscated. Some of them, they're rendered jobless. They had to go and sleep in the mosque and in the street in Saudi Arabia. So I think this is a matter which we really need to deal with. My second question...
He can only do so if he's confirmed.
Yeah, if you are confirmed, that is. And my second question is, a plan to address the challenges faced by online job seekers in Kenya, utilizing the Ajira platform which the government of Kenya Kwanza has initiated. But I know it has been marred by so many challenges, from digital infrastructure, especially in the rural area, lack of digital literacy, fraudulent job seekers job offers, whereby our youth have lost millions and nothing is being done on that. What kind of intervention will you implement to tackle these challenges and ensure equitable access to online employment opportunity to all our Kenyans, and more so protect them from these fraudulent offers? On a light note, because now maybe you're going to be confirmed as Waziri for Labor and Social Protection, Kenyans are thinking that you should minimize this drama, especially on your marital status, because somehow they can jeopardize your character or put you in a very negative situation. Because now we want to see that even our cabinet secretaries.
Point
of order. About opulence.
Order, Mishi.
Yes.
I think there is no requirement for one to be married to be considered for public office in this country.
I'm saying that drama, there'll be some drama. You have talked about opulence. You talked about opulence on Murchumba, Murkomen. You talked about opulence on Honorable Jogo.
This committee will not open anybody's bedroom. Shuria, stop laughing and ask your question.
I think, Chairman, it's best you protect people's bedrooms, as you said. We don't want those matters coming out here in the public.
Because you're men, eh?
I think...
The nominee, you will not comment on that.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think Caleb came up with a very long list, and I just want to, maybe in future he might get another opportunity. Mheshimiwa, if approved, what key results or deliverables can Kenyans expect from you in the short, medium, and long term? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mishi has a broken. Honorable Raso, and then Mule.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Alfred, you are the governor of Machakos, and also you are government spokesman. During those two stints, we were able to follow you. You were able to publicize what you are doing, the government agenda, when you are the spokesman. But once you were vetted by this committee and you appointed a cabinet secretary, you just slowly faded away. Is it that maybe it is comfort zone to be a cabinet secretary? Or the dockets that you occupy were not really engaging? Because Article 152 clearly says what is cabinet. The president, the deputy president, the attorney general, and 14 to 21 cabinet secretaries. Those are the people who run government. And because of your background, we expected you to really support the government you are serving, particularly in advising them on the area of communication, because your PhD is on communication. So maybe you will comment on that. Honorable Speaker, I need to ask something on labor. Not preamble, because I am just asking two questions because of time.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Alfred, my second question, we had two generals in the army, the late General Mlinge, General Mahmoud. During the army recruitment, recruiting officers will go to an area and they will say, look out for this tribe, because they were looking out for the minorities, that minorities should not be excluded from the army. When we come to the ministry, if the House approves you, the ministry you are likely to go to, labor. Do we have systems in place to monitor, to evaluate, to look for minorities? Because I think it's not good enough to just speak on the radio, the social media, or the Gazette. And yet a lot of youngsters who are in the rural areas do not have access to many of these things. So if the House approves your nomination, what is it that you are likely to do? That there is regional balance, ethnic balance, and a lot of youngsters will be able to get opportunity in Kenya and even overseas. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much.
No Machakos drama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand guided. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the nominee. This country, and I want to tell the civil servants in this government, there have been unrest in different cadres, doctors, nurses, lab technologists, electricians, whatever. And once there is unrest between labor disputes, there is always a negotiation and an agreement is arrived. But time and again, you'll come and hear that the same union claiming that the government is not honoring the agreements. As you get into this ministry, can you tell Kenyans what will you do to make sure that every agreement between the civil servant and the government of the day are implemented to the letter, not to leave it just to unions, not to leave it to the ministry itself, not to leave it, even, we saw the last one for doctors, whereby we have a ministry for labor, but the head of public service had to come in for negotiation. When we have a standalone ministry for labor, please, if you are approved by this committee, tell Kenyans today, how will you do differently to make sure that we don't get this embarrassment to the employees of government?
Nominee, you can answer those from Honorable Mishi, Shuria, Raso, and Mule.
I want to agree with Honorable Mishi about the gravity of the issues. I have done my research and I've realized that our children are going to countries where we don't really have agreements with those countries about how to operate and what needs to be operated. There used to be a big problem also because I remember I sat on this seat, Mr. Speaker, and I promised that if confirmed and appointed as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, my first trip would be to Saudi Arabia, and I did that. I went to Saudi Arabia, I met Kenyans, I met people who are suffering, and we started the process of changing, and a bilateral labor agreement is yet to be signed between Kenya and Saudi Arabia and some of these countries, which I will push for. One of the things that I would like to do is also get lawyers, our lawyers from the Attorney General's office, to go to some of these countries and study and understand their laws, because we need to know what we are dealing with. Because what we may think here is important may not be covered in their laws, so that we can also be able to know how to navigate those countries, because we can't go and impose our laws to them. And we see how we can work with them, especially if they are not signatories of international conventions that we are signatories to. And the protocols that need to be measured. And my apologies that, you know, you've had to go through many of these challenges where people die and they can't even get their things to be brought back home. It is also important also about online job seekers, going with the question by Honorable Ishungwa. It's all about communication, people to know how to do it. But I want to set up a proper portal that will answer many things, so that you look at available opportunities, but also to weed out all these crooked agencies. We'll publish as a government a portal and lists, which you can even put in the newspapers, of the approved agencies. Because people keep on asking, is this right? Hii advertisement ya Canada ni ukweli, hii ni ukweli. So that now any advertisement without the name of a company, we can be dealt with, you know, according to the law, because they'll be lying to people. And if there's a name of a company, people can cross-check the government website or government documents and be able to verify that that is a recognized and proper company. And don't be surprised if we have to knock out a few companies and bring more in that are straightforward, so that they don't lie to our people. So we're looking at a one-stop shop in terms of connecting people to jobs. Mheshimiwa Shurie, I was saving this for the end, but thank you for your very good question. And that is that I want to change how workers view the workspace. I want people to be comfortable when they go to work. I want to be able to get employers to provide for the employees good working conditions. Whether you're a house help, a doctor, security guard, everybody, you should feel that you have got a system that protects you and that you work in a good environment. I also want to work with the employers so that we can see what we can do as government, remove some bureaucracy so that they can expand. I want to call upon them and see how we can be able to see, create an opportunity for them to employ more people, cut down or maybe forego some little profit to employ 1 or 2 people using the principle of consumer spending so that you get more people, spending people in the market to grow the industry. So I want to look at some of those things. The labor migration, I want to move the numbers from the ones that are there to about 5,000 a week. If we can get there to 10,000 a week eventually, people going overseas. But to do this, I want to work closely with all of you. I want to work closely with all members of parliament. I want it to be constituency-led so that we can have quotas and we know that this constituency where you come from, where all members of parliament come from, can provide people who we can now send overseas so that you as leaders can take the lead in identifying and maybe helping people on the ground to be able to be recruited to go overseas and get jobs. When it comes also to BPOs, setting up centers, we don't want somebody to come all the way from Nyanza, where Mheshimiwa Junet comes from, to Nairobi to get an online job or to get a job in a call center. We'd like to set up call centers in every constituency so that you can be able to see how it's working, because now with internet connectivity, you don't need to be in the big cities for you to be able to get some of these opportunities. When it comes to Employment Act, we need to overhaul the Employment Act. We have offices across that will need to look at how they perform and how they work, and I want to motivate my staff to work well. And the issues of social protection, we have to ensure that our people do not fall through the cracks. We want to be able to provide opportunities for our people so that COVID has taught us when there's hardship, there's something to be able to fall back into. In the United States, in Australia and other developed countries, there's even money given to people who are unemployed, unemployment benefit. We are not there yet, but we can start putting the structures to get there by getting a lot of these laws and policies that are pending to be fast-tracked so that we can increase entertainment. Mheshimiwa Caleb talked about my interest in the film industry, and you know, Hollywood was not built by money from donors but by money from entertainment, and this is an area we can galvanize on, you know, get the entertainment sector to grow in our country. It can be a huge employer. The sports industry, I'll work with many of my colleagues to ensure that there's job creation, because as a Minister of Labor, we are cross-cutting in terms of ensuring that people are able to work. There's a question about equity and expanded government. And one of the things that I'd like to do is that we have to start publishing data that shows the inclusion of everybody in our government in different areas. I think that is critical, so that people may have the idea that they are not included. It's good for them to know that they're included. So that's one thing that I like to do, is constant publishing of data. There was a question about, Shri asked me about the question, or Mheshimiwa Raso, about comfort zone. I'm not in a comfort zone. But you see, when you're a governor, you head your own government. So you can shout as much as you want. When you're a government spokesperson, you have the authority to speak as much as you can. When you work as a cabinet secretary, you are also toned down kidogo, because you're working for a boss or bosses. But I think the lessons that we've learned is that we really need to communicate. And I want to promise the country that you will see the Mutua who communicate much more, especially in this new docket, if confirmed and sworn in. Thank you. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, Mheshimiwa Mule had a very good suggestion. Thank you very much. And the civil servants' unrest and the work conditions. The Labor Ministry will be dealing as an arbitrator, even looking at the public service and holding the public service to account in terms of what they do in terms of these agreements. I saw it in Machakos. As soon as I enacted the agreement that we had agreed on, the nurses and doctors were very happy with me. They took their riots elsewhere. So don't enter into an agreement, is what I'll be telling everybody, that you know you cannot meet. And it's good. And our Kenyans are reasonable, especially if you meet them early. And it is harder to sort out an issue when people are on the streets. It is easier to sort out an issue before a strike notice is issued. And I'm going for that early warning system, so I can work with the industry. And some of them have already reached out to me. They're saying if you're appointed, if you are vetted and you go through, we'd like to come and meet you, because they are festering wounds. And so I'll open my door to meeting, and so we tone down a lot of these issues. I submit.
Chairman.
Nelson Koech. Yes, Posing.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Nominee Honorable Mutua. My question is this. If you look at your ministry, or when people look at the ministry you are going in, not your ministry, should you be approved? Ministry of Labor and Social Services. People only see the minister. There's an argument that people only see the minister during strikes. So it's almost being called what somebody told me. It's called a strikes ministry or a firefighting ministry. That's the only time people can be able to engage or see the minister for this Ministry of Labor and Social Services. Honorable Mutua, tell Kenyans who are watching you and us and this committee to be able to look at how to analyze you for suitability in accordance with Section 7 of the Act. What else is expected of this ministry that Kenyans don't know? Maybe they have not been communicated, or Kenyans can expect from you, so that they don't see Honorable Mutua today in the vetting. Should you be approved? They only see again Honorable Mutua during what? Firefighting, when there's a strike in this country, then they see, oh, there's somebody called Mutua. What else will Kenyans expect out of you, Honorable Mutua, within your ministry that is not of strike? Thank you, Speaker.
Gikaria.
Thank you, Chair. There are industries that exploit workers, mostly the casual labor, by paying them below the stated remuneration rates, denying them the union rights and health benefits, exploiting them to unsafe work, exposing them to unsafe working environment. What measures will you take to address this? And secondly, it's about the street families. Now with the new constitution, we used to have the Rehabilitation Trust Fund, but that was run under the Local Government Act, which is no longer in force. But the street families keep on growing day by day. What action will you take first to reduce these numbers, or even to address, because most of these families, not that they don't have, you find kids on the streets, but they go back home, or even now find a family, a mother with children on the streets. So what are you going to do to address this very, very needy issue that we need to take our kids back to school? Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Answer those two quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say that in terms of labor and social protection, I agree with Mheshimiwa Kosing that people only seen when there are riots. Now, I'm going to go around this country. I want to visit all the constituencies to talk to Kenyans, and especially young people, about the opportunities that are there. Kenyans are not lazy. Our young people are very active and very smart and very sharp, but they need opportunities, not handouts. And so I'll be traveling to all the counties. They'll see me. I'll be very heavily on media, telling to them about the jobs, the kind of skill development. I'll also be looking at the working conditions of factories. Do not be surprised if 1 or 2 or 3 factories are shut down because of poor working conditions that go even against the international tenants, because we have to make sure that our people are respected in the way they work. In terms of even employment and the benefits, there's the issue of the 6% increment that the president offered that is still pending, and it's I think it will be on my desk I'll be able to sit down with FKE. I've had a chat with Kotu, Mheshimiwa Atwoli. I've talked to the employers. We're looking, and they have told me all the problems as I was doing my research. And I'll be able to sit down, bring everybody together, and gazette so that our people can get an increment in the salaries that they deserve because of the state of the economy, and be able to improve that and make sure that those are met. So I'll be very, very active, Mheshimiwa, and I think you'll be very proud of me and the work that I'll be able, if I'm confirmed. Mheshimiwa Gikaria, I think I've answered the same question because it is important for us. Now, in street families, I was very active when I was government spokesperson to try and work on a system of removing street families and rehabilitating them. I want to go back to some of the programs that we started at that time in the government of Mwai Kibaki. And my investigation has shown that it has become no more, no more process. I've looked at the different acts and laws that are there, and it's all about implementation. We are going to set up a target as a country and say that by this time, we need to have done A, B, C, D so that we don't have street families, and be able to rehabilitate and even take people back to the countryside where they came from so that we can reunite them with their families, so that people can continue working with their families the way we are doing in the children's sector. Instead of taking people to orphanages, we reunite them with the families. Mheshimiwa Mbui will be very happy to know that we are building, we want to develop a model rehabilitation center in Mavoko, which is very close to Kadiani. That you are building a rehabilitation center in Mavoko. There's 20 acres there. I'll be sourcing for funds from development partners and others so that we have a place whereby these children can go before they are taken back to their families to be trained and taught, and also growth and a follow-up system so that we remove them. It is quite sad. Like now it's very cold to find people suffering in the streets, and we'll need to put up shelters that they do in other places whereby people can go and receive some food, and that's safety net for the very poor in our country. I submit.
Chairman, I have one stressing, just one, a small one, very stressing.
Yes.
All of us as a country. Kuna hili swala moja, waziri mteule, iwapo utachaguliwa katika wizara hii ya wafanyakazi, kuna swala nyeti ambalo wafanyakazi wa EPZ walijiunga katika chama cha wafanyakazi, na hivyo sasa kufikia sasa wafanyikazi 4,000 wamefutwa kazi katika viwanda viwili vya EPZ huko eneo bunge la Changamwe kwa kujiunga na chama cha wafanyikazi, na hata wizara yako ina taarifa hiyo. Kwa hivyo tunaomba iwapo utaweza kuchaguliwa, uangalie swala hili litaweza kutatuliwa na kuona haki za Wakenya hawa zimefanikishwa. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Yes, Owen.
Honorable Speaker, nominee, briefly, just tell us about your vision for the NSSF. I think it is an area that has not been touched.
Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you're confirmed, how will you pursue qualifications, equivalency, so that our qualified Kenyan professionals can move across the globe and sort the menace of unemployed professionals such as doctors and others? This is a question from one of the Kenyans.
There is one. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just a quick one. Nominee, National Employment Authority. No wonder you didn't know whether it exists. Actually, it is somewhere in Kasarani. Just in case you are confirmed, it must be at a central place where all Kenyans will be able to access it.
Chair. Just one, Mheshimiwa Speaker, just one from a Kenyan. On the collective labor bargaining agreements, wondering why they are never implemented, and that's what makes workers keep on seeking attention of the authorities every other day, and especially the presidential pronouncements on Labor Day. There is always an increment, but it's never implemented. Like last time is 6%, is it 8%? But up to now, it's not been implemented. So what difference are you going to make in that regard?
Chair.
Someone is asking, there are quotas for people living with disability in the constituencies for a certain number of people living with disability to get the stipend. And the question is, where do we take the rest in our country? Just like the old who, when they turn 70, it should be automatic upon medical confirmation, then all people living with disability in our constituencies should be taken on board. And the last question is, kindly ask Alfred Mutua this question. Upon confirmation, you should go to those foreign countries and negotiate with tech companies to allow Kenyan citizens work for them from Kenya without using VPNs and residential proxies. There are a lot of job opportunities in the tech industry, but we can't access them due to location restriction. There are very many, from transcription, captioning, machine learning, data entry, chatting, software development, etc., instead of exporting labor.
Chair.
We must.
Thank you.
Somewhere.
Yes. This is from a Kenyan who actually states that the nominee is excessively abrasive, especially to junior officers. And quotes an instance at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora, where you actually threw out officers from the parking lot for no good reason whatsoever and without any consultations. These were junior officers. Is that true?
Speaker, just one from the teachers.
Yes, Mole.
This is from the teachers' fraternity in Kenya. They are asking, let them, you tell them how you will avert the incoming strike, because you have said you want to arrest the strikes before they happen. So they want to hear the mechanism which you will use when you are approved. Then they are also saying that kindly ask Dr. Mutua, he made pronouncement that resulted up on Kenyan troops going to Haiti when he visited the US. Does he regret making such deals which later landed him in trouble with the head of state to the extent he was shifted to another docket? How true that it is, I don't know, but it's from the public.
That you, Mole, you are not being fair to Mutua, the nominee. The Kenyan police going to Haiti was approved by Parliament, so it can't be his responsibility. Yes.
Yeah, it's only one short one. On there's a constituents asking about what the nominee will do if approved about those rogue labor officers who are at the ground there, who are compromised by most of these industrialists.
Yes, nominee, can you very quickly respond to those?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start with the Honorable Lesuda's issue about quotas for people with disability. It is true. It is quite unfortunate, and I find it very, in my research, unfair that you're only giving to a certain percentage in a household and not to everyone. So one of the things I'll do is make sure that it is everyone that is covered, and we roll it out according to the finances that we have. It should go to all, not just few. The President has given directives that we increase the numbers by 500,000, and I'm going to make sure that these are captured in there. The other thing is to work also with Parliament to see, not Parliament, but Treasury, the monies that are recovered out of attrition, people die, so they can be rolled into other programs without them having to go back to Treasury and never coming again. In terms of tech, that's what I was talking about, the BPOs. And yes, I'll travel. I'll send meetings. I don't even have to go anywhere anymore because you can travel by Zoom nowadays and get those jobs here. We need the jobs here. In as much as we also want Kenyans to go overseas, we want to have those jobs in Kenya. And so we're going to remove all the bottlenecks, and I'll have a cabinet paper to remove the bottlenecks and provide opportunities for people here. Murugara, you had a question about being abrasive. That is somebody just being mischievous and trying to use this house. People love me very much. All my employees, you go to Ministry of Tourism, you go to Foreign Affairs, you go to everywhere I've worked, employees love me.
Allow them to say so.
I'm very, self-declaration.
Yes.
Because I really care. And I've always talked about the welfare of employees. One time I'm on record asking, inakuasha nini kama mwenzako anapata nyongeza ya mshahara ama anapata cheo nyingine. Inakuasha nini if your fellow worker moves forward? Why do we keep on constraining people so they cannot get promotions? Why does it, that person is a father and a mother to somebody else? So I have very good working conditions. What happened in Foreign Affairs, and Mheshimiwa Speaker, you know, you've served there, is that there are vehicles all parked outside the parking lot, such that it looked like a car park instead of an office, because they didn't have parking lots. When I got in, I said, you cannot have the image of the foreign office where you have ambassadors coming, foreign dignitaries, and the cars are covering
looking
everywhere.
Looking like a terminus.
Yeah, looking like a terminus. And so we said we move the cars away, and the ministry to provide another place for the cars to be parked. And that is what has happened. But you know, people, they don't want change. They want that comfort, and they didn't understand. Now, if you try to take the cars back there, they'll fight you. They'll tell you, no, we like it the way it is now, because it looks better. So it was a good move. That is somebody who is just mischievous and trying to take these opportunities. But I remember when I left Foreign Affairs, some officers came to see me and they were crying. They were sad I was leaving. So I don't understand about being abrasive. I'm very, very polite to everyone. About the teacher strike, Mheshimiwa Mule, I'm going to call for a meeting if I go through this process and meet with them. And I want to tell teachers in this country that I will listen to you. I respect teachers and will iron out. There are no issues, because even if you do a strike, even if you do maandamano, you will still have to sit down. Why don't we sit down early and sort these issues? And I'm very fair, and I'll ensure fairness. And in terms of the issues of qualifications and verification, we have a skill development system that I've studied and I've looked at it. I'm going to enhance it, because what happens is that you want to be a doctor in Australia, even though you're in the Commonwealth, you still have to go through rigorous testing. And so it's to enter into agreements that you can go and work in these other places without having to go through the same retesting. But that is also improving the quality of how we do things in our country. Submit.
Nominee. I've also received a few issues from Kenyans out there watching this. They ask, will you ensure that employees insure their employees? So the employers insure their employees. What are you going to do about skewed funding between Child Welfare Society and Children's Department? UHC staff who have been on contract for long with half salaries, what are you going to do that? Where some elder Kenyan has said, I think to all of us, where are the issues of older persons in this interview? If confirmed now to you, what will you do for the welfare of older people in Kenya? Another part, you asked? Okay, Robert asked that. Another person, I think this must be from Naivasha, there's serious labor problems in the flower sector. What will you do if confirmed? Another one says, what will the nominee do, or what does he say about the minimum wage proposal of 30,000 for security workers? Another one, and this is says contractual jobs in Kenya don't have retirement benefits. What will you do about it? And the last one, can you consider establishing a national employment oversight authority? Those are a few. Some that I've received have already been raised by members in the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as I talk about employment, employers, and ensuring the employees, this is something that I'm going to look at very important, very carefully, because it goes hand in hand with savings and with the question that I did not answer of NSSF. And it is important because you realize that if you work for a company and they are not able to provide you enough income to be able to get private insurance and you're not able to get into the government insurance, then there needs to be a way of plugging it in. We have to be very careful that also we don't scare employers away in terms of the cost of doing business in our country. So it's a balancing act, so I'll be able to look at that. NSSF has a portfolio of about 400 billion, and we want to grow that to $1 billion by being creative in where we invest, even outside the country. We have seen other countries come and invest in our country. They have pension funds, so we can grow money for the pensioners. And also be able to turn around the 3 months that are now the 13 days to 24 hours, so that when you exit, you can get your pension. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, if you're not a member of parliament in this country or a senior government official, when you leave, you get nothing. You get very little. So we want to push it such that now, at least we have a system whereby you can be getting 60% of the pension you are getting, not the 3 or 5 or 10% that people are getting, so that your life continues. Si unatoka kazini alafu unachakaa, unaanza kuparara, because your life has just taken a dive, so that you're able to save. But to get that, we need to get a saving culture. Only 3.3 million people in this country have a pension scheme. We have to get that, and there's different initiatives that are there to get the other sectors into saving. And I'm going to run a campaign of encouraging people to save, being asked, well, how much have you saved? It doesn't matter. It can be 20 shillings or 50 shillings or 100 shillings. We need a saving culture, because ujana ukama moshi ukienda urudi. One day we all grow old, and so if you grow old and you don't have a kitty you've been saving and you've been eating everything, then you'll end up in the street. And the culture nowadays is not like the other one. You know, the Gen Zs are growing up and moving on their lives. They'll not be there to take care of us when you grow old. So I'm going to get into a communication program for Kenyans to know, when you eat something, if you have 3 mangoes, please put one aside and eat 2 for another day, to get that culture. I've heard about the staff of UHC. I'm aware, because we piloted that also in Machakos. I'll also be looking into that. The older persons, one of the things that I like to do is look at how we can give benefits to older people. In many countries, you find their benefits. For example, in the United States, where after you pass a certain age, you get a card. That card allows you to even get into some public transportation for free. That even allow you at that particular age to get a discount, so that when you go shopping at a shopping mall, or you go shopping at a center or somewhere, or you go buy something, or if you're seeking a government service, you show your card and you get a 10-20% discount, because you're at an age where you're not earning an income. You're actually using your pension. So I'd like to introduce that, so that our old people have a card that you can use to get a discount that will cushion you in terms of social protection. I've heard about the flower issues in Naivasha, and
the
also
bulk of these old people, Nominee, are in the rural areas.
In the rural areas.
Where will they get discounts? In villages in Turkana?
But it's also when they seek government
You'll pilot
services.
probably from urban centers, but also pay attention
to the rural
areas.
Yes, we'll find ways, and I think the main thrust here is the intention, and the intention is that our older generation need to have a way of cushioning them. They served us; they are our parents. They have taken good care of us. Let's cushion them in the old age and create a system in our country that takes care of them, even as they go about with the Inua Jamii. That is good, but also whether we can even go further and see how we're working with other organizations, see what we can do. There was a question about the child welfare and Children's Society and their fundraising. We will be bringing, if I get confirmed and appointed, cabinet papers to see whether we can create special funds, so we can have internally regenerated funds for able to use for children welfare, and also fast track some of the laws. For example, Kenya has been identified as a country that is heavily involved in child trafficking. We are a conduit of child traffickers. We are a destination of child traffickers. We are a source of child trafficking. And it is also because we have failed, and I'll be bringing through cabinet, I think it's already there, through the, if I'm appointed through the Mheshimiwa Ishungwa, the passage of us to get into the Hague Convention for the protection of child, trafficking. Because if countries like Somalia can sign child trafficking in the Hague, and Tanzania and Uganda and others, and we have failed to do so, it makes us look like we really support trafficking of children across the world. On the minimum wage, I will look into it. I'll sit down and see, because it depends on what the market can afford. But also we need to, I remember as I finalize, Ford, when Henry Ford, when he built the Ford company, he said he would pay his employees enough money that they can afford to buy the cars that they build. We need to be a culture where we can pay people enough money to enable them to be able to live decent lives according to what the market can also afford. So it's a discussion with the employers, because we don't also want to destroy the good enabling environment for work, but it is important. On contractual benefits and job referral, I've taken note, and it's something that I will look at. I submit.
Thank you, Nominee. The last two issues I want to put to you. On the issue, as a follow-up to Honorable Mishi's issue about Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
What you probably will need to do is check out on a country like Philippines. It is the largest exporter of non-professional workers in the world. Anywhere you go in big hotels, you'll find Filipino workers, happy, decent. Find out what mechanisms and legal regime they operate between Philippines and the countries they work. Anywhere you go, perhaps if you go to the moon, you'll find a Filipino worker. The last one, you've talked about NSSF. You can borrow a leaf from our neighbor Tanzania. What Tanzanians do, all the big money held by NSSF, they have engaged with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and instead of government buying property as missions, it's NSSF that buys those properties and owns them. So the government then pays NSSF rent at source. You reduce yourself from the problems of foreign exchange, and instead of paying foreign exchange to another country, you're paying in your local currency at the rates of those countries to your own NSSF. So even the rate of return on the investment is excellent. You may consider engaging NSSF to do that. I'll end there, and after we finish, you will see our secretariat. They have some mismatch with your documents, so that you can put them in order for the record. I want to ask you a few last questions. Do you have any, have you ever been mentioned adversely in any integrity-related report or investigations? Forget about your Machakos shenanigans.
No, I have never.
Yes. Do you hold any leadership position in any political party within Kenya?
No, I do not.
What is your net worth?
Net worth is 462 million shillings.
Made of?
Made of assets that I have, like homes, land, where I do some bit of farming, and a few businesses that I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Alfred. Make sure before you leave, you sort out your documentation with the Secretariat, so we can release you to go back to your other duties.
And thank you.
Yes, pardon? Say? Yes. Oh, how? Sorry. Yes, you appeared before us in 2022. How much were you worth then? I think that's a serious omission.
I was worth 420 million shillings.
And today?
And, 462.
Yes.
It's been about 9 to 10% normal growth in terms of land value and growth in the industries.
Thank you. You may be escorted by our sergeant. Have a good day and a blessed Sunday. Pardon? Honorable members, you'll have a 10-minute break to allow the clerks to put the documentation for the next nominee. Nyinyi Wakamba.
Kabisa? Okay. Karibuni kuwarudisha mpira
Hey there friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in? I was number 2. What position were you? Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwa watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Welcome to The Realtor, where we take you on an exciting journey from bare land to dream home. Step 1. Finding the perfect plot. We explore location, size, and potential. Next, construction begins. Witness the foundation being laid, walls rising, and rooms taking shape. Step 3. Electricity matters. We delve into wiring, switches, and smart home tech. Step 4. From paint choices to fixtures, it's all about aesthetics. Step 5. It's time to get the right furniture. Finally, the big day. Time to move in and create memories. Join us on the journey to making homes a reality on The Realtor, Tuesdays 6:30.
Hey there friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in? I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwa watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Welcome to The Realtor, where we take you on an exciting journey from bare land to dream home. Step 1. Finding the perfect plot. We explore location, size, and potential. Next, construction begins. Witness the foundation being laid, walls rising, and rooms taking shape. Step 3. Electricity matters. We delve into wiring, switches, and smart home tech. Step 4. From paint choices to fixtures, it's all about aesthetics. Step 5. It's time to get the right furniture. Finally, the big day. Time to move in and create memories. Join us on the journey to making homes a reality on The Realtor, Tuesdays 6:30.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in? I was number 2. What position were you? Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side. We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons,
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
we cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights,
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
strategies,
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
and stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Welcome to The Realtor, where we take you on an exciting journey from bare land to dream home. Step 1. Finding the perfect plot. We explore location, size, and potential. Next, construction begins. Witness the foundation being laid, walls rising, and rooms taking shape. Step 3. Electricity matters. We delve into wiring, switches, and smart home tech. Step 4. From paint choices to fixtures, it's all about aesthetics. Step 5. It's time to get the right furniture. Finally, the big day. Time to move in and create memories. Join us on the journey to making homes a reality on The Realtor, Tuesdays, 6:30.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in? I was number 2. What position were you? Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. the grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Welcome to The Realtor, where we take you on an exciting journey from bare land to dream home. Step 1. Finding the perfect plot. We explore location, size, and potential. Next, construction begins. Witness the foundation being laid, walls rising, and rooms taking shape. Step 3. Electricity matters. We delve into wiring, switches, and smart home tech. Step 4. From paint choices to fixtures, it's all about aesthetics. Step 5. It's time to get the right furniture. Finally, the big day. Time to move in and create memories. Join us on the journey to making homes a reality on The Realtor, Tuesdays, 6:30.
Hey there friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in? I was number 2. What position were you? Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do,
the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Welcome to The Realtor, where we take you on an exciting journey from bare land to dream home. Step 1. Finding the perfect plot. We explore location, size, and potential. Next, construction begins. Witness the foundation being laid, walls rising, and rooms taking shape. Step 3. Electricity matters. We delve into wiring, switches, and smart home tech. Step 4. From paint choices to fixtures, it's all about aesthetics. Step 5. It's time to get the right furniture. Finally, the big day. Time to move in and create memories. Join us on the journey to making homes a reality on The Realtor, Tuesdays, 6:30.
Wycliffe Ambetsa of Paranya, EGH.
Yes.
Yes, Chairman, or yes, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker?
Chairman.
This is a committee of Parliament.
Yeah, Mr.
So
Speaker,
answer it with the decorum of Parliament.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. And when you eventually will be asked questions, you answer all of them through the Chairman or the Speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Avoid any personal exchange with any member, or causing around, even if they are your friends. All of these honorable members are people you have worked or interacted with.
Yes.
I sat with you in cabinet, I sat with you in parliament, but this is the committee of appointments to deal with issues of persons nominated by the president, for the committee to assess suitability of nominees to hold offices to which you are nominated as Cabinet Secretary for Cooperatives, Micro and Small Medium Enterprise Development. The committee has been sitting for the last, this is the 4th day, and you are our 3rd attendant nominee this afternoon. I am the chairman of this committee as Speaker of the National Assembly. On my right is the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Gladys Boss. Sarah Kyoko is our Deputy Clerk of the National Assembly. I will invite members to introduce themselves for the record.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Kemani Shongo.
Junet Mohammed.
Nelson Koech.
David Kosing.
Gikaria David.
Emma Semeri.
Abdul Rahim Daoud.
George Murugara.
Owen Baya.
Robert Mbui.
Stephen Mule.
Dido Raso.
Abdi Shurie.
Mishi Mboko.
Rehab Mukami.
Caleb Amisa Boti.
Good. Honorable nominee, for purposes of these proceedings, members will be referring to you as nominee. That is the title that you hold so far. We will start by inviting you to take an oath. Depending on your faith, we have the Holy Bible, the Holy Guitar for Indian faith, and the Holy Quran. Which one will you swear with?
I'm a Christian.
So the Holy Bible. There are some Christians who even affirm
Holy Bible.
The Holy Bible. Yes. So be upstanding. Take the Holy Bible in your right hand and recite the oath before you.
I, Wycliffe Ambassador of Paranya, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
You may take your seat and sign to the oath. The next thing you'll do give your documents to the sergeant to pass on to the clerk to cross-check between your originals and the documentation in our possession. Now we will start by giving you an opportunity to put on record your name, your educational background, your work experience, and any key competences that you think will make you suitable for appointment to the position to which you have been nominated as Cabinet Secretary. You have under 5 minutes to do that.
Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to express myself. My name is Wycliffe Ambassador of Paranya, born in Butere, Kakamega County, Butere constituency. My education, I went to a secondary school, primary school in the local area called Mabole. Then secondary school, Butere Boys. Then the high school, then Kisi High School. I went to the University of Nairobi, did BCom, accounting option, and at the same university, University of Nairobi, I did a master's degree, MBA in finance option. I've also been undertaking a PhD in economics at the University of Dar es Salaam, of which I'm nearly completing. I have worked with Ernst & Young, that's where I worked longest, for 15 years. I joined as an audit trainee. Then I left as a senior audit manager. I joined Kenya Aerotic, a private company, doing ground handling, aviation ground handling at the airport, where I joined as financial controller and later became finance director. After that, Mr. Chairman, I joined politics in the year 2002, where I was elected as a member of parliament for Butere constituency, 2002 to 2007. I was also re-elected 2007 to 2013. During my second term, I was also appointed Minister of State for Planning and National Development, Vision 2030, under the then President Mwai Kibaki. During that time, before I became minister, 2005, I was also a member. I was elected by the Parliament, National Parliament, to be part of the Pan-African Parliament in South Africa. In that Parliament, I served as the first chair of Finance Committee during my time, 2005 to 2007. When I was a member of the National Assembly here, Mr. Speaker, Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I also served on the committee of PIC and of Finance. Mr. Speaker, 2013, I was elected the first governor of Kakamega County, of which I served diligently for 2 terms, from 2013 to 2022. When I was governor, Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I also served as I was elected as the chair of the Council of Governors. The year 2019 to 2021, I served for 2 terms of 1 year each. Mr. Speaker, while I was serving as the governor for Kakamega, I also became the chairman of the Lake Region Economic Bloc. Lake Region Economic Bloc comprises 14 counties, the former province of Western and Nyanza, and in addition from the Rift Valley, we had Bomet, Nandi, and Trans Nzoia, making a total of 14. I was the inaugural chair of the Lake Region Economic Bloc, which I served until the time I left, when I retired as the governor after my mandatory 2 terms. While I was a minister, I launched the Vision 2030 in the year 2008. And I'm happy that I was the first to establish the current Vision 20 Secretariat. And that time I appointed the first CEO of the Vision 20 Secretariat. As you know, Vision 2030 is a development blueprint for this country and is still in force until 2030. I'm happy that while I was in that ministry, I established a very strong monitoring and evaluation section within the Ministry of Planning. And finally, Mr. Chairman, while in the ministry, I also led the first peer review mechanism to be audited, the country to be audited by the other presidents of Africa. And that review was very successful. Their recommendation actually came to pass. That's what I can say about my experience.
Thank you. I'll invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask you a question.
Honorable Oparanya, in order for the committee to gauge your suitability, I'll ask you one question about your key achievements as governor, and then ask you to give us your vision of this Ministry of Cooperatives and Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises, and particularly on your experience at Kakamega County. As you know, the Constitution mandates the county governments to oversee trade development and cooperatives, and it's a key factor of devolution. So we would like to know what measures did you take to support that when you are in Kakamega County, and your vision for the new ministry if confirmed. But start with your key achievements as governor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Unfortunately, cooperatives are not well developed in Kakamega County. We had few coffee cooperative and I think dairy cooperatives, and then we had fish cooperative. And the coffee cooperative was not doing well. In fact, it had collapsed. And when I came in as a governor, I found only one staff who was working, who was then working under the Ministry of Agriculture. Only one staff who was in charge of cooperative. So obviously, cooperative being a very important vehicle for economic development, I had to beef up that particular unit. I assigned 2 people to that, to the staff, and made him director of cooperatives at that time. And then from there, I made a provision in the budget allocation in order to revive cooperatives in the county. And that time, I made a provision of 20 million so that I could support the 3 cooperatives that were there. And after a short time, because I found cooperatives were very important, I made that particular unit to be separate under a chief officer so that we had a proper focus to it. And as I left, there was actually a chief officer who was in charge of cooperatives. But my people had not embraced cooperatives. We could support them, then because of poor management, resources could be misused. So that's the problem that I encountered when in Kakamega County.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS nominee, Honorable Wycliffe Oparanya. As part of the vetting process, we do write to EACC, and when the clerk wrote to EACC on your suitability, amongst others who had been nominated to serve as cabinet secretaries, EACC had a reservation on your nomination as a cabinet secretary, and they said they had conducted investigations on allegations of corruption against you when you served as a governor of Kakamega County, on also conflict of interest, abuse of office, and money laundering. And they did recommend to the DPP that you be prosecuted for those offenses. They also aver that you went ahead and obtained conservatory orders from a Kakamega Constitution and Human Rights Court in petition E019 of 2023, and that matter is still pending in court. But they were able to get conservatory preservation orders against your assets, specifically some 28 million shillings, I believe, which was in some bank account. And CS nominee, now you are here before us. I would want you to shed more light on these allegations of corruption, abuse of office, conflicts of interest, and money laundering, because you will agree those are very serious and grave allegations against your person for the time you served as governor Kakamega County. And now you're being given a bigger job, not in a county, but in the nation. A job that will entail you overseeing not just the cooperative sector, but also the micro, small, medium enterprises development in the country. And this is a position that calls for you to be of impeccable integrity. It's a job that will require you to give Kenyans confidence that they can trust you with their cooperatives' money. I heard you say in Kakamega the cooperative movement is not very strong, but you know the cooperative movement in this country is among the richest and most developed in sub-Saharan Africa. Therefore, this is a sector that requires a man of impeccable integrity and someone that Kenyans and cooperators in this country can trust that their money is safe with them. Will cooperators' money be safe in your hands?
Thank you very much. The corporate money would be very safe in my hands, Mr. Chungwa.
You answer this, nominee, but next time you wait for me to motion, because sometimes we'll take about 3 questions in a row.
Oh, okay.
But you answer this before we go to the others.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, Chairman, the facts are not true. Nobody, and I want to say in front of the cameras, nobody has come to me to write a statement. I don't know, this prosecution is one-sided. I've never been given a chance to say my story. In August 2023, you remember what was happening. I was very active in demonstrations that time, August 2023. When I was in those demonstrations, I was called by someone to be told, because I was in demonstration, the ESCC were looking for me. And I asked that person, what has the ESCC to do with the demonstrations? I have served diligently for 10 years. I've been a minister for 5 years. We have had audit reports. This audit report, there is no report that pointed on me as being a corrupt person. And if you remember, when I was Minister for Planning, the ministry was voted the best performing ministry. You can look at your records. When I was governor, everywhere they are saying where devolution is working is Kakamega County. If I'm lying, check your records. I worked for 10 years, nobody came to my office about any corrupt case until August 2023 when we were doing maandamano. And when they came to my house, it was even not about corruption. The first question they asked, what business do you do with Raila Amolo Odinga? I don't do any business with Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga is just my party leader. That is the only relationship I have with him. Secondly, I was asked, do you keep guns in this house? Obviously, why would I be keeping guns in my house? The third question I was asked, that where do you get money that you fund demonstrations? So what has those questions to do with corruption? So as I sit here, Honorable Chairman, nobody has come to take any statement from me. So I don't know what I'm being accused for, because I'm also just seeing it in the papers as you are seeing. So that is where I am, Mr. Chairman. But even before then, my lawyer got possession of the documents when they went to court to freeze my money. And the money was not in the account. The money was with CPF, where I was buying a property. So when CPF were called by ESCC to write a statement, they are the ones who alerted me that they were following the money that I had paid CPF, which had nothing to do with the Kakamega account. This was money from my account and money from someone who was buying my house that I was selling. So that's how it was. And nobody has come out until when now the person who was buying my house withdrew and wanted me to refund his money. I didn't have the money to refund because it had been processed.
Chair. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, Majority Leader.
To interrupt, Governor. Just to be clear, two things. First, who are these who came to the house? EACC or ordinary police?
You wouldn't know them because they never introduced themselves. There were about 20. So some were in police uniform, some were in civilian uniform.
They never introduced themselves as ESCC officers?
They said they are ESCC officers, but I can't remember their names. There was one that introduced himself. The rest never introduced themselves.
Then the money you are referring to is this money that is has conservatory orders?
Yeah, the money was not in my account. It was with CPF where I was buying the house.
CPF, this is a county provident fund?
Yes.
You are buying a house from CPF?
Yes.
So you had transferred the money to CPF?
CPF.
And the conservatory orders were put on the CPF account or on your account?
Yes. No, to the CPF account.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jeanette, Minority Leader.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Chairman, my questions begin from this. Mr. Nominee, these investigations that ESCC is talking about, are you saying here on camera on open day that you have never written any statement?
I'm saying here in the camera that I have never been called to write a statement up to this moment. So I don't know even what I'm being accused for, because if I knew, I would have explained. But I just read it in the papers like the way you read it.
So this file that we are seeing that has gone all the way to the DPP doesn't have any of your statement?
Can you go and check that file? I have never
Nominee,
written a statement.
It will be easier to just answer the question.
Yeah.
Because even if you tell him to go, he will not. Just answer the question as it's asked.
I have no statement in that file as I sit here, unless I will have it tomorrow.
So, these conservatory orders that you applied for in Kakamega, what made you apply for it?
I applied for it because my family was harassed.
Yes.
And because the way these people were asking me questions about the guns, about my relationship with my party leader, I got scared. And the way they harassed my children, they took their phones.
Yeah.
I didn't know what was going to happen next time. So I decided, why can't I go to court to protect me? And that's why I went there. And according to the Constitution, I'm not supposed to be searched the house. It is there in the Constitution. So I was using my rights.
You can be searched, but with a court order.
Yeah.
Yes. If they come with a court order, they can search. If they don't have a court order, it's another story.
Okay. Thank you.
I rest my case there because I'm really surprised that you're saying you have never recorded a statement.
I have never recorded a statement.
That is information that I really wanted to know.
Yeah.
Secondly, now my other question is, now you are going to the position of Cabinet Secretary of Cooperatives.
If confirmed.
If confirmed by this committee.
Yes.
And your profession, as you have said, is accounting, which is much in relation with that work. There is the SME, micro and small medium enterprises, which is the backbone of this economy. That is the group that drives this economy. What do you think? What measures will you put in place to make sure that these SMEs survive the current economic situation that is going on in this country of high interest rates and other things? Secondly, the famous, and unfortunately me and you are on the same line, before elections and after elections, until now we are found together in this place. How will you handle Hustler Fund? It's in that ministry. What do you think you will do? And you know the way we opposed it very well, me and you, on the streets.
Chair, maybe before he answers that, in relation to the question Jeanette asked, the investigations by EACC, you say you have never recorded a statement, okay? Are you aware if any of your former colleagues or staff at the county government of Kakamega have recorded any statements with EACC? And lastly, has the office of the ODPP, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, ever contacted you in relation to this matter or prosecuted you?
I wouldn't know if any member of Kakamega County recorded a statement, because I'm no longer a governor. So I wouldn't know the movement of staff from Kakamega to here and back. So that one, I will not commit myself that I know. However, I know one of my colleagues who was called to record a statement.
Chairman, on the same, just briefly on the EACC, have you ever been to EACC offices, the headquarters here?
Yes.
In October?
Yes.
What did you go to do there?
I had gone to collect my phones because they had taken my phones of my children. My children were crying, they want their phones. So I followed them to go and collect the phones. And when I went there, they kept me waiting. They were saying they were scanning the phones. And later, after some 2-3 hours, they returned me the phone. That's what took me there.
So while there, you did not write any statement?
I didn't write any statement.
Did you get your phones back?
I got my phones back, except the computer.
And the ODPP has never contacted you that you're supposed to be charged for any offense, or you're supposed to be taken to court?
He has never contacted me. The first time that I was contacted was early this month, around 8th, 9th there, when my lawyer told me that he had received a letter from the DPP that I have no case to answer, according to him.
Let's have Yes.
Yeah. You talked.
The Hustler Fund and your previous pronouncements against it. Now that you are going to be the line minister, I think that's what you have been asked.
I know I was among the people who are opposed about the Hustler Fund, and I had not known the facts about the Hustler Fund until now. I've been briefed about the Hustler Fund. I think this fund, if well managed, is a fund that will take our people from poverty. The only problem through my briefing, the only problem is that this fund was launched in a hurry without proper legal structures in place. And in the process, the Treasury allocated 13 billion Kenya shillings. From those 13 billion, because of borrowing again and again, that figure has gone, the turnover has gone to 55 billion.
From 13?
From 13. And out of that 55 billion, 21 million people have been involved in the repeating borrowing. In the process, they have been able to recover 43 billion, sorry.
It's a revolving fund.
It's a revolving fund. So in the process, there is 12 billion, which has not been recovered. But they have there is a very strong infrastructure, digital infrastructure, that they are able to determine where the 12 billion is, who has the 12 billion. The only problem is that there is no legal framework to recover that particular amount. You know, Fulisa is when you take Fulisa, when you load your phone, then the money is recovered automatically. But the digital infrastructure they have does not do that. It waits until the 2 weeks.
If you find favor and you are confirmed, I have not been asking questions, but just a follow-up until the end. If you are confirmed to take up this docket, what will you do then to have a better system to manage this fund and avoid leakages and losses?
First thing I should admit here that the intention was very good, because this fund was supposed to address market failures at the lowest level, lowest pyramid. That person, you even leave Mama Mboga, leave Boda Boda, the person below, even those people, the person who could not even afford 500 shillings. So it was supposed to address that. You borrow the money, and then you repay. When you repay, you get a credit score. So after that, then if you have borrowed like 500, you have refunded. You can now borrow 1,000 and you refund. In that process, your score improves. So you can continue borrowing until those who are borrowing properly, now they can borrow up to 1 million shillings. So the intention was good, but unfortunately, there was no legal framework. So if you approved my nomination, the first thing I would do is to make sure that there is a proper legal framework. There is a board. A board has just been put in, but there is no even staff. So to ensure that there is staff that will manage this particular fund properly, because this fund, the goodness is that when you borrow, 30% of the money you borrow goes to savings. So it encourages savings. And at the moment, even the savings now have reached about 3.1 billion. And savings are very critical. It has also the element of retirement benefit. They have even now put there a benefit of health care. So if well managed, Mr. Chairman, this is a very useful fund.
I will take a cohort of 3. Naisula, I believe the first one was a point of order.
Oh, yes, it was.
Yeah?
It's because it was in the public knowledge that he went to EACC in October. So let
I'll
me
give
ask the
you
question. Yeah.
Naisula, Koech, and Kosing in that order. In fact, let's go up to Gikaria.
Okay. So,
So
Honorable
you take
Paranya.
note, then you'll answer them in a sequence.
Honorable Paranya, just speaking from you, what you've talked about the Hustlers Fund, as it is now, or as it was, we used to have the Women Enterprise Fund, the Youth Fund, Uwezo. And I'm actually very keen on the Women Enterprise Fund. When we move the women, and you know there are rural women who don't even know how to use these gadgets. There are some who don't even have smartphones. But the kind of business that they're doing, Uko Mashinani, they really need this fund. And as an MP, because we oversight these funds and we are also patrons, we've been giving them a lot of loans. But now you're moving them to a digital space. You've not done, not you, but I mean, we have not done enough sensitization. It is really limiting. I'd like to pick your mind on that. And then there is very little is known about the Micro and Small Enterprise Authority. It's called MSEA, which is domiciled in the ministry headquarters. They have a ready clientele of more than 7 million MS, the small, medium and small enterprises. What measures can you put in place to ensure that the authority is well resourced so that it becomes more vibrant and more visible? They might be doing a lot, but rarely will their work be profiled. And lastly, what plans do you have, if approved and confirmed by the National Assembly, to reach the unreached in terms of cooperatives? You know, some people think that cooperatives is a monster somewhere. And many Kenyans, especially in the rural and interior parts of this country, have no idea about cooperatives and what it does. I have a text message from a Kenyan who says, I don't want to ask later something from Kenyans, who says that when you were COG chair in 2019, nurses went on strike for 2 weeks and their salaries and statutory deductions and loans were never paid to date. They're asking, they didn't see leadership then when you were chair COG. They're asking whether you find yourself suitable to come again back into leadership.
Coach.
Nominee, mine is straightforward. How will you address the issue of punitive practices by digital lenders towards MSMEs? Considering,
Come again.
How will you address the issue of punitive practices by digital lenders towards MSMEs, considering that while these lenders provide accessible collateral-free loans, they often charge exorbitant interest rates and lead to debt distress? Number two, on a lighter note, Honorable Speaker, is to commend the nominee for his good taste. Recently, it's been a media sensation, and I applaud his good taste on nice things.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You don't have to answer that. Deal with his first question. The next member for Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Goy should have elaborated what are good things or nice things. Honorable Chair, Speaker, to the nominee, these cooperatives is a very good idea. Of course, it started a long time ago. But these cooperatives are only centered around metropolis or towns or Nairobi, and maybe to few products like milk, little bit milk, but mainly coffee, you know. And the bulk of the population, Honorable Speaker, is in the rural. 70%, 80% of this country is rural. So, Honorable Baranya, should we get the favor of Parliament, how will these cooperatives, reach our people now where the population is? And number two, and lastly, Hustler Fund. Don't you think, Honorable Baranya, through the Speaker, is good time to evaluate the distribution of this Hustler Fund, whether they can be linked to M-Pesa services or bank services, so that then when people borrow, it is easier to follow and be able to recover. Thank you, Chair.
Gikaria. Honorable Gikaria.
Thank you, Chairman. To the nominee, the constituency industrial development centers. These were key
elements that were going to boost productivity and employment. A better business environment and enhance enterprise skills. Given the budget constraints that have hindered the implementation, what measures will you take to ensure that the ICDCs effectively create employment opportunities and support the SMSEs in the constituencies? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Nominee, you can answer those.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Speaker of the National Assembly. You asked about the Women Enterprise Fund, that it has now been digitalized. What I would say is that at the moment, I will not know what they have done on that fund until now I move in to see. But since you have now raised this question, it's one of the issues that I have to look into. But as you know, the world is now going digital. So the only thing that you can do to these women as a member of parliament, I think, is to sensitize them, let them have the smartphones, and there are organizations that can support in that area. I know because I have done that in my own county with the CHVs. They have been supported with the smartphones, and they are able to transact. But I have said I will have to check. Now, the MCs.
A point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Yeah.
Coming.
Yeah, to the nominee.
Yeah.
You know, the Women Enterprise Fund, that money we used to give to Mama Bogas. And those women, they don't know how to use those smartphones you are talking about. And like Nyeri County, Karatina, the women had taken up to 1 million shillings. Now, when they were told again,
each or collectively?
Collectively. Each group, because they normally take that money as per, in a group of women. Now, when you say that, now again we tell those women to go back and now start doing those applications through the mobile phone, I don't think that is going to work. And that is why even we were trying to approach His Excellency, because we were fearing those women who had already had a business of 1 million, and here you are being told now to go back and apply for 50,000. I don't think that is doable. Thank you.
Lastly, a comment on that, Chairman. In my view, I think what we are saying is that yes, we need to move with technology, but can it be gradual and can it be well thought out in implementing the policies?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hear you, and not everything is cast in stone. You have raised this issue, and if I go to the ministry, I'm going to take it up seriously. You don't need the president to be involved in such an issue. I think I can deal with it appropriately, because the president has more pressing issues than talking about women phones. Talking about women phones.
Honorable Speaker, let him apologize. Women are the pillars of this country.
No, I've said.
I think he's answering an isolated question. He's not talking about women generally. I
have answered
specific to your question.
The president should not be talking about phones.
To protect the nominee.
Yeah.
He had not finished what he was saying. He just said women, and because I'm close to him, he said women and their phones.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was
Rahab,
Chairman.
Don't be oversensitive.
Chairman, I wanted to tell Rahab that we should leave the president to more pressing issues that affect the country. These issues of women with the phones, this one I can deal with them if you give me a chance. Yeah, why are you nominating me if I cannot deal with such issues? I can deal with it effectively.
Go to the next.
Yeah.
Yes, Junet.
Yeah, I agree with him, but is the nominee insinuating that the gender docket also can be added to here, or what?
That is with a light touch. Go on, answer the other questions.
Now, the SMEs authority, there is an authority act. And as I have said earlier, these SMEs were scattered in various ministries. You could find some intervention in the Ministry of Youth, some intervention in the Ministry of Trade and Industrialization, some intervention in the Ministry of Water, etc. This is the first time that the President has thought it wise to put them into one ministry. And because now they are in one ministry, the authority is now going to effectively to deal with them. And these are self-financing institutions. They finance themselves. Mr. Speaker, what the ministry does is to provide, to make sure that they are formalized, they are properly registered. The ministry helps them to register or to formalize themselves from informal to formal. And then to ensure that they get licenses, to train them so that there is financial literacy, they know how to handle finances, but we do not allocate money for them because they are supposed to get money from financial institutions or from the funds that are created, Weso Fund, Women Fund, or the Hustler Fund. In terms of cooperatives, cooperatives is one of the oldest institutions in this country. Cooperatives in this country started in 1908. It started in Lumbwa there, and it was a dairy cooperative which came up to be the present KCC. So cooperatives are also self-financing. They raise money by themselves. What we do, what the ministry does, is to make sure that cooperatives operate transparently, they are accountable to the members, so the ministry oversights them to make sure that those mandates they are formed for are being achieved. That's what it does. We also help them to access cheap funds, either from these other funds that are there, like the Hustler Fund. We help them also provide OTC services, but they have had a problem, management problem, and that's why most of them have collapsed. At the moment, we have 30,000 registered cooperatives, but only out of that 30,000, only 10,000 are active. And at the moment, Mr. Chairman, to show that this particular sector is very important for this country, they have those 30,000 that are there registered, they have an asset base of 1.7 billion Kenya shillings, which is nearly a half of the Kenyan budget. And from there, from that amount, they have been able to lend out to members 1.1 billion. And from that money, they have been able to save 1 billion, which is 30% of the total savings in this country. So this movement of cooperatives is very important, and I will encourage members of parliament who are here that this is a time, if you give me a chance to serve in this ministry, I must involve you so that we are able to register more people in the cooperative, because this is the only way that will save this country. And that's why now cooperatives have become a pillar for micro and small enterprises. The cooperative is the base, and the SMEs are the pillar, because the SMEs are able to borrow from cooperatives for their either if they are for their personal development, or for the development of the SME in question. Issues of punitive lenders as raised by Honorable Koech. This is known, it is there, and this is one of the factors that have made most of the cooperative collapse, because they access very expensive loans. They are not able to service those loans. Majority of them have collapsed because of the loans and because of course, mismanagement. And that's why the ministry is taking precautions to ensure that these cooperatives now come together and form a central liquidity facility where they all put their money, and if they want to borrow, then they will go and borrow in that central liquidity.
Isn't that why the cooperative bank was set up?
Yes. No, cooperative bank operates as a commercial bank at the moment. Why cooperative bank is owned by the cooperative movement, 65% of the shares, but it operates under the Banking Act. It operates under the Banking Act. So it is not treated as a cooperative as such. So it is out of that. But Chairman, because it is owned by the cooperative, it supports cooperative movements on many other issues. Now, Honorable Singh raised the issue of cooperatives are only in towns. I can assure you that cooperatives are everywhere. Now, you have to actually cooperative, even the mamambogas come together, the table banking, that is part of actually cooperation. That is what graduates to be a big cooperative. But that kind of collaboration, whether in whichever village, and you will find this cooperation is everywhere, even in small villages. But what I think you are saying, you are thinking of a formal big cooperative. I can assure you that if you give me, you are able to vet me, and you give me this chance, I will come to your constituency, West Pokot South, isn't it? And that's where I was born. And I will help you form cooperatives in that particular region. I will sensitize the people there so that they are able to form cooperative. You have talked of Hustler Fund. Honourable members, I don't want to talk much about Hustler Fund. I've clearly committed myself that as I go to the ministry, I will look at the various issues, because a fund like that losing 12 billion in a short period, and this public money is an issue that as citizens of this country we should get worried of. The idea is good, but the problem was the way that it was implemented. So the last question that I was asked is about constituency industrial development centers. At the moment, I think there was an attempt to have all these industrial centers in every constituency. At the moment, there are about 200 of them that are completed. These centers were meant to accommodate these small businesses, small and medium businesses, so that shared facilities are put in those centers. And people are, the Chuakalis are able to come there and use these common facilities. Because buying sometimes equipment for use, individual, SME, is expensive. And that's why those industrial centers were built, that equipment could be put there, and the SMEs around will come there and share those particular equipment, which was a very good idea. And this started a long time ago, Mr. Chairman, when I was still member of parliament for Butere constituency, and unfortunately, even up to now, some of them has not been operationalized. And if this was used, obviously, this will create a lot of employment. If the government is able to give equipment and the people can come there and share this particular equipment. That was the essence of constituency industrial development centers.
The COG question.
The COG that people worked for 3 months, was that in my county or that was countrywide? Because what I know, I cannot say what was happening in other counties, because health is devolved. The nurses work for a particular county. Within my own county, the nurses that time, they went on strike. And I met the union members. I asked them why they were going on strike. They said they were going on strike because they were sympathizing with their colleagues who were suffering somewhere in Kirinyaga. But I told them, heaven's sake, you are working for Kakamega County. Why do you sympathize with someone in Kirinyaga? So what I did, I went to court, and court told them to resume work because the excuse was not relevant for Kakamega County. So they never resumed work for 3 months. So I decided that I would not pay them because they were told to resume work and they never worked. So why would I have paid them? And they had not paid. They had not worked. So that's why up to now, by the time I was leaving the office, I had not paid them.
Point of order, Chair. It's about the constituency industrial. What you said, that is the status as it is. My question was, how is he going to, what efforts is he going to make to revive them to meet that purpose that they were meant to serve? Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, this was just a shared service. These constituency industrial centers are under the Ministry of Trade, Investment and Industry. So that is the lead ministry. They are the owners. So we were just going in to get the share, to use them at the site. But for implementation, for allocation of resources, that is the Ministry of Trade, Investment and Industry. So I cannot clearly answer that question.
Amisi, Mukami, Mishi, and Shuria, will take those four in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to state that the nominee before us is well known to me as my former deputy party leader, very close friend coming from my region, and a very long relationship with him, but that one will not conflict my fair decision in this committee against his candidature. Just like Honorable Junet, we find ourselves in a situation whereby, in fact, for a while I thought we were in Azimio PG because we are always together, but now he's on the opposite side. We've been against this hustlers fund, the people who have believed, and you know what we have believed in for a long time. Well, some of us have a history of gone through a lot. We have saved, some of our lives have been saved by media, personalities on the street. So we believed so inherently in values and some principles that pertains governance of our country, resource, and also the offices that we occupy. From where I sit, we are in a capitalist nation, where the bourgeoisie, the ruling class, controls the factors of production, and the low class, the proletariat, they're the workers, who now we are referring to as the hustlers. This is a system that has existed world over, historically. And the way you have solved the issues of the proletariat is not the way the Hustler Fund is want to solve it. Because we are solving the issue of proletariat by developing what is called social assistance to those who are unable to live the rest of the class. So that the bourgeoisie controls the economy, but the social class that is below, that is struggling, is done social assistance.
Amisi, you are making a speech. Ask a question.
It's a very pertinent area because it affects the majority of the Kenyans. So I want people to understand it, yeah? So I will think that the Hustler Fund can be transmitted into a social assistant rather than be used in terms of micro and small enterprise. Because when you come together as cooperatives, you are trying to come to the same level as bourgeoisies. You are combining forces. So is this some of the areas you think that when you get to the office, you are able to change? In some cases, you may not agree with the boss. And when you don't agree with the boss in that aspect of the things that we believed in as on our side as Azimio, that this needs to change. If you change, I think the system do not want to change. How will you survive in such a circumstances? Thank you.
Rahab.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. To the nominee, my concern is the coffee sheriff fund. The government has allocated about 6.7 billion to support the coffee farmers. Through the New Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, this initiative has encountered challenges such as low uptake farmers and limited funding releases. What strategies will you implement to enhance the effectiveness of this fund and ensure it is successful rollout to help the coffee farmers? Because majority don't understand, they don't even know how to go about it. The other question is about the new KCC. The new KCC is collapsing because of the poor management. And the government has been pumping a lot of money in Dadola, Nyandarua, Eldoret, Nyeri Kiganjo, but still the company is not able to sustain itself. Still, the other small dairy farmers, they are able to pay their farmers in time, but KCC, they normally take about 120 days for the farmers to get their money. What are you going to do? Thank you.
Ms. Shimbogo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, the nominee used to be my deputy party leader in the ODM, but today I'm here in the appointment committee and I'm being governed by the procedure and rules. My question will be on the succession plan in terms of cooperative movement. I know this has been marred by several challenges, be it governance, management, and so many other issues. I don't know what will be your plan to ensure at least succession plan can be smoothly, noting that you are sharing function between two levels of government, that is the county and the national government. My second question, Chairman, there have been some fraudulent financial organization coming up, like the pyramid, in different ways. And Kenyans are lured, they give a lot of money to deposit, thinking that they are going, they call so many words. Either they say you put a seed, then you'll harvest, I don't know what, in so many ways. What do you think you can propose in terms of legal framework or other mechanism which you're going to put in place so that you safeguard Kenyans from losing a lot of money from such fraudulent activities? The last one, it is the issue of Cusco, which is the umbrella body for the SACCOs. I know there have also been so many challenges and corruption cases, ranging from theft and other anomalies. What are you going to do if you are approved to ensure that this umbrella body, which carries all the SACCOs, can be doing its activities under a legal framework. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a question that I had posed to the former Minister for SMEs, and I think he left office before he could undertake it. Mheshimiwa Oparanya, the SME Financial Support Services, its framework is not favorable to the Muslim population due to the interest component. If approved, would you consider reforms to mainstream the significant population that feel abandoned? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You can answer those four.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Kaleba Misi has raised this issue of Hustler Fund, social assistance. As a government, the government definitely is a government for the people. The government that does not take care of its people is not a government, because this government is there voted by the people, and the government, when it comes in office, it has to take care of its people. So social assistance is very critical. But Mr. Chair, social assistance is not within the Ministry of Cooperatives and Micro and Small and Medium Enterprises. It's under the Ministry of Labor. So I think someone from Labor will be able to answer this question more effective than myself.
Actually, he answered when he appeared.
Yeah, it's there. But us...
But you can deal with his issue of now your poll moment.
Yeah.
Yes.
But us, as a ministry, we have taken this micro and small and medium enterprises as our core function, and we are undertaking all that we can to make sure that this particular, because this is where we can create employment in this country, because this particular sector employs about 15 million people. The Kenyan government, the governments, counties, and the national government put together, they are able to only employ 1 million people. And there can never be an increase, more increase in that. So where our opportunity lies, it is in these micro and small enterprises. And that's why it has become a pillar under the national government. And I think, to me, the president made a very deliberate decision to make sure that SMEs becomes one of the pillars for the economic transformation of this country. So what we do is to create enabling environment. That is our responsibility. We do not fund them. We just train them, tell them, you must be formal, you must be registered, because sometimes they want government tenders, and they cannot do so when they are not properly registered, when they are not properly licensed, they have offices. So we help them, and then we sensitize them that if you get money through other avenues that we have created, various funds, this is how you should manage these funds. What we train them on financial literacy. The issue raised by Rahab on the coffee cherry fund, this has been an issue for many, many years in the coffee industry. The problem we have had, and the coffee industry is no different from the sugar industry, which is in my place there, that this government concerned, and if they are cooperatives, the sugar industry, the companies are mainly parastatals, or government has shares there. Because of mismanagement, they take this money and they do not pay the money back. So they become debts. The government has continually written off these debts. But for how long will the government keep on writing off this debt? You know now there is scarce resources in this country. You can see what happened to the finance bill. There's no more money. I think the system that we have in the recovery of this money, because this is the money that is advanced to the farmers when they sell their coffee, as they wait the money to be paid back through the agents. So sometimes the agents get this money, but they do not remit the money where it is supposed to remit. So it's also a management problem. So we must fix this management problem first to make sure that if these funds are advanced to the farmer, how do they come back? They advance the farmer, the agent gets the money, the agent sometimes gives the money halfway. So we must change that system. And we have been talking about cherry fund year in, year out. And I remember the other day the president said that there will be a write-off. But how long will this happen? We must go in and solve this problem. Rahab, I can assure you through KPCU, because this is the major culprit, that we will look into this issue. It's the same way with the new KCC. KCC was a very vibrant institution, a vibrant dairy cooperative. But now it is collapsing. It collapsed first time. They changed the name from KCC to new KCC. Government has pumped in money. The other day they were given 600 million. It is again collapsing. Now maybe we'll change another name, new KCC. So this is a problem that we are having in cooperatives, and one of the issue is management. Management is a problem in cooperatives, but I would expect KCC, being a big company, it will have a proper structure that will be able to detect early enough any mismanagement in their financial system. They have not been paying farmers, but when I was nominated, I've actually been sending feelers, and I can tell you that farmers now have been paid up to June of this month. They only are owed dues in the month of July. The succession plan in cooperative, as raised by Honorable Mishimbogo, is critical. As a ministry, we must come out with a criteria of how the officials of cooperatives should, one, be elected, those who are on the committee, and even the appointment. Someone is elected to be a chairman, and is a chairman for 30 years, until he goes to the grave. And actually, if he stands for election, he wins. It is like the labor movement. When you are there until you go to the grave. So as a government, we must find out what is the problem. And I was thinking very seriously that why can't we create limits? If me, I've served as a governor for 10 years, that was my limit, and as you can see, I'm still very strong. I will be still the governor of Kakamega County this moment. And in fact, I would have gone in and opposed. But because now Because now there was a term limit. I think this term limit should also extend to.
We advised your colleague in sports that the same thing obtains there.
Yeah.
People hold offices in perpetuity.
In perpetuity, yeah.
So tell us, if you find favor, what are you going to do to manage, introduce, and have succession plans in these cooperatives?
Yeah. Chairman, thank you very much. You see, like banks, even sometimes, if you are managing director, you are also allowed to be a managing director for a particular period. You cannot be there forever. And that's what I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, that one of the things, if given a chance, I'm thinking is to create a term limit for even board members, and even if you are CEO. So if it's 3 years contract, you renew once and then you disappear. If you are on the board, you also serve a board for a particular period. Even if you are very good, we say that goodness of yours, take it also elsewhere, so that those people can enjoy that. So that's what I'm going to do. She also talked about shared functions between national and county government. I can tell you that according to the Constitution, cooperatives function is a function of the county governments. But it has created a challenge because there are cooperatives that operate beyond boundaries of constituencies. How do you deal with them? Because the counties can have their own legislation to regulate cooperatives in their area, and they have a right to do so. But what about if cooperatives operate beyond? Like in Western, we have the IG, Invest and Grow. You go in every county in that region, they have offices. How do you deal with them? If Kakamega has a different cooperative legislation, Vihiga has a different one, so how will which law will it subscribe to? So we are saying that those cooperatives that operate beyond their own boundaries should then be controlled by the national government. And that, even that's what we did in roads when I was the governor for Kakamega. We agreed roads that go beyond county boundaries should belong to the national government. And that's what I feel. There is already discussions between county government and the Ministry of Cooperative on how this issue is going to be dealt. As soon as it's dealt with, I will be able to advise you, Honorable Mishimboko. The issue of pyramids, they say that you plant money and you get money. Obviously, Kenyans are conned. And what they do, they give you, they say plant 100, plant 1,000, you come, you get 2,000. So they lure you. As you put in, when you put 20,000, then they disappear. That's why we are coming up with these funds and sensitize people that before you borrow any money from someone, or someone says there's a pyramid sort of thing, please check with the officers there that is such an institution registered. That's why the government is there to protect its own people by making sure that people are not conned. So go to institutions that you are sure these institutions have offices. The pyramid fellows usually don't have offices. They have offices where you can go and complain, and that they are registered. I don't think, as a government, we can come up with a legal framework to legalize things like pyramid schemes. We will be making a mistake we'll be making a serious mistake, and our people will continue to be conned. Cusco, like KCC, is also new. There was Cusco, the original one, which is under receivership. And now there is new Cusco, which is struggling. So if we decide to put it under receivership also, we will have another new Cusco. We cannot continue like this, because Cusco is an umbrella body of all cooperatives. All cooperatives have put there all the money. But as I talk to you, Honorable Speaker, Cusco has lost about 10 billion of public money because of corrupt practices. And as a government, we must come in strongly that those people who embezzled funds from Cusco are dealt with, because these people are known. The board was suspended, and we cannot just sit back because people have lost employment. We must follow up and see that this money is recovered, and this is the work that EACC can help us instead of following a squirrel in the name of Wycliffe Oparanya. This is the elephant in the house where 10 billion has been lost, and they can't go for this because they want publicity that now this is the big fish. But where the money has gone, the small fish are there. And there has also been a struggle where the board of Cusco wanted to be registered as a private company, so that they also escape. Now they come out of government control. We are saying this cannot happen until this money, which has been stolen from the people, is accounted for. That is what happened with KFA. You remember KFA was a giant company in Nakuru when it was under cooperative movement. It went under private company. As a private company, it was now changed from cooperative to private company. Now it has become a very small.
It became KGGCU.
Yeah. So this is the escape.
Disappeared.
They use this as an escape, actually, to embezzle money. But now Cusco, new Cusco, we are going to make sure, this is, when I'm given a chance, this is my first assignment, to see that I focus, because this is a very important organization. But as a ministry, we are proposing that because people have lost their money, we want to introduce also deposit protection fund, like the way it is in banks, or deposit guarantee fund, so that when institutions actually collapse, and it is confirmed that they collapse properly, then members of that particular institution have at least something to fall to.
How does an institution collapse properly?
Yeah?
How does an institution collapse properly?
Because maybe it has taken an overdraft, and because of other issues that come up, because also an institution can, because of changing environment, you know, there are institutions that if a business environment changes, they do not change quickly. So they are caught up because they are stuck to the old ways of doing things, and it collapses. That's what I'm saying, that it has collapsed, but in the right way, because the management looked innocent. There were changes in the environment, but they never changed. But we are now going to come up with a proper framework to see that the members' money is not lost in cooperatives. And then the last one, this is an issue that even one or two people who met me in the street asked me about the same question. And I'm happy that the Member of Parliament have asked this. And when I was getting, I was being briefed about Hustler Fund. I said that we must also have a product that will be in line with the Sharia laws. There must be a product. We want every Kenyan to feel that this country is theirs. So don't worry, we shall come up with products that will favor the Muslim community. If I don't do it, please, I've committed myself in front of you that is now my assignment.
Yes, now let's have Honorable Raso, Mule, Robert, and Owen, in that order.
Thank you very much.
One question each.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yeah, I think I'll just raise one question. Honorable Paranya, you are the Minister for Planning in the Kibaki administration, and you basically authored Vision 2030, which actually today is a blueprint and is the roadmap for development for Kenya. I don't think there's another more serious document that has come about. Governing is a social contract. And when you talk about MSCs, micro, medium, small enterprise, and cooperatives is part of our people. It is that development which you in Kakamega, or that governor in Marsabit, or that governor in Wasungishu looks at, because it is about the people. Now, if we put the two together, Vision 2030, and the job, if Parliament approves your nomination, what do we see the link between the two? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to pose a question to the nominee with the great experience he has in the government since Kibaki time, and as my colleague said, the author of Vision 2030. Do you think it will be viable to continue having separate funds to help the youth, the women in Kenya, whereby they are domiciled in different ministries and management? For example, we have Wewezo Fund, domicile at youth, Women Fund at gender, Youth Fund at youth ministry, then ASLA at cooperative. Is it, from your experience, is it viable? And if it's not viable, will you be suggesting to the to the government of the day and the executive whether we can pool these all these funds to one basket, whereby proper management, proper resource, and proper distribution of these funds to Kenyans to help the economy grow? I just want to hear your thoughts on that, because we must do things differently.
Robert?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, cooperative society is riddled in debt all over. I'll give you an example of when I was elected in Kadhiani. The coffee factories there, the coffee cooperative societies were all in debt and all kept coming to us to try and help them to raise money. I would like you to maybe explain to us how they get into debt, so deeply in debt, and how you as government can be able to help them. But Mr. Speaker, you know, interesting times listening to my leader from Azimio defend the Hustler Fund, which we were very seriously opposing. And I'm also learning a lot. But you have confessed some things here, and I sympathize with you when you talk about how ESCC has actually, and you did this on oath, that ESCC was actually acting as a political tool fighting you because of exercising your democratic right in picketing under Article 37. Now, if you are approved, then you will be sitting in cabinet, and you know there is that thing we call collective responsibility. So you'll be part of government. Maybe you can tell us, how will you use that office to ensure that this persecution does not continue again in this country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Speaker, I would like to direct this question to the nominee. You know, there was during President Kibaki's time, there was this famous saying, "What gets measured gets done," and it spoke into the realm of performance management. And I think you were there, the Honorable Speaker was there, and this country's growth during that time was actually pedestaled on performance management, which was translated into performance contracts. And we realized that we could actually measure the growth of the country day by day, because every institution in this country and every ministry had the responsibility to measure performance and therefore deliver on certain deliverables. It was also pegged on Vision 2030, which you've been credited to be the author and also the person who ensured that Vision 2030 was implemented. In the last 10 years, we never saw the previous regimes talk about performance management and how to manage performance going forward. As you come into cabinet with this, if approved by this committee, of course, with this knowledge, with this vision, with this experience, how are you going to bring back the good old things that were really helping in the growth of this country? Noting that President Kibaki's time, Kenya really had great performance, and your knowledge on it, your experience, now that we are bringing you in, the new people that are there, how are you going to help Cabinet approve performance management, which I think is the best tool to measure performance? How are you going to help this country in that realm? I thank you.
Nominee, deal with those four.
I started with Mula, or
no, we did Oras.
The social contract cooperative link between the two. Can you repeat that question? I think I missed something out of it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. What I said is that when you talk about SMEs and you talk about cooperatives, it is about our people. Although we can run away, it is what you call the bottom up, because that is the economy at Mashinani there. Vision 2030, which you authored and which you presented to Kenyans, is the roadmap to development that we are using until today. So I'm saying, if you link the two, as the immediate former governor of Kakamega, how are you able to link the two to see that are we making progress in Vision 2030?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I think now I have understood, Mr. Chairman. First of all, the Vision 2030 is a long-term blueprint for development of this country. And it came up during the times of the former president, the late Mwai Kibaki. And this document is a very good document if you have an opportunity of reading it again. But unfortunately, the other governments, when they came in, they tried to come in with their own things. Some of the issues being undertaken now are out of line. But that's not bad, because we had said in the vision clearly that the environment, the business environment, the economy environment changes. So you are also supposed to come up with those changes to address changes in the planning, to address those particular changes that have happened. And that's why I'm saying that when we came up with Vision 2030, cooperative services were put under financial services in the Vision 2030. If you go to the page of financial services, cooperatives are there. By that time they were planning, cooperatives were not given emphasis, unfortunately. They were put there, and if you read them, you read that it's just a paragraph, which was unfortunate. Forgetting that cooperatives are the engine of development for this country. So the link between the two is that cooperatives were recognized, but unfortunately they were not given emphasis. We are now saying that this time, for us to grow the SMEs, we must grow cooperatives. That is critical. And the fact that SMEs have been taken as a pillar, one of the 5 pillars that the transformation of the economy of this country has to be undertaken through SMEs. The question of Honorable Mule, that there are various funds, Uwezo Fund, Women Fund, Youth Fund, Hustler Fund. Fortunately, Honorable Mule, these funds have been put under one ministry now, under SMEs, except for Youth Fund, which was there briefly, and it was taken to the Ministry of Youth. And I think that was a mistake. These funds were meant for different purposes, but they were also established to address various concerns at that time. That time, our good women were making noise that they need a fund. So whoever was in power at that time responded by creating a women fund. The same for youth. And the Uwezo Fund is the very basic one. In fact, Uwezo Fund can easily be amalgamated with the Hustler Fund. But the only difference is that the Uwezo Fund is at the constituency level. So now, if you started now amalgamating it, the Hustler Fund, which is sort of on a digital platform at the national level, then it becomes a problem. But for easy management and proper focus, I will agree with you that these funds be brought together. And let us have departments within those units. And those departments are given a budget. This is 200 million. Make sure that they go to the women. This is a particular, this is 1 billion, let it go to the youth. This is a particular, this amount is for people living with disabilities, let it go to that. That will also reduce the cost of running these funds. So we have one board, one management. That is the best way. But sometimes to do this is a political decision to be made. And that is maybe a decision that you can leave it to the president to make. Because when the youth fund was put under SMEs, quickly, I think the Minister of Youth complained, and then because of the political play that time, it was moved out of it. The question raised by Robert, MP for Katiani, the issue of debt write-off in the cooperative. As I've told you, cooperatives are self-financing. They are umbrella cooperatives that government puts in money. Few cooperatives like dairy. Dairy is a very important sector in the economy, where the government puts in money to make sure farmers get to be paid. It's like also the sugar industry. They want to make sure that farmers are paid because sugar is consumed a lot. Milk is consumed a lot in this country. So the government must have interventions. And that's why the government is ready to write off debts because of that, that particular special priority of that particular commodity to the people of Kenya. But I've said clearly that how long will this go on with the austeric measures that are there? Shall we keep on the government writing off debts? What I'm saying here that, and what I'm committing myself, is that we must confront this problem and say, why do we have problems in cooperatives? And the major reason we have problems in cooperatives is actually management, nothing else. So if we can sort out management issues, then this problem will not be there. This issue of EACC, it is unfortunate that such institutions are used. It's unfortunate, and I remember the president committing himself that such an institution will never be used. He might not be the one, but it might be people around him. He might not know. But it is unfortunate because in the process they lose focus. The elephant is in the house. They are going for a squirrel. That is very unfortunate. The issue of performance contract. I'm happy that, Mr. Chairman, I started performance contracting when I was Minister for Planning, and it worked very well. It was one of the Vision 2030 tech that we have performance contracting. And we wanted this performance contracting to all government institutions, to central government ministries, to parastatal, to agencies, to sagas, so that what you do can be measured. There are targets. Are you able to meet targets? People now sit in the office. Institutions are making losses, but they still continue to be in office. I'm hopeful that as I come to the office, if you approve it, I'll talk to my colleague, Badi, who has now taken over the Minister of National Treasury.
He has not.
Who will?
He has not taken over any office.
If you have approved it, if you approve it, if you approve with somebody to take over the National Treasury and economic planning, because that is where this performance contracting is supposed to be housed, then this is one of the issues that I will take it up, because that was very good. It motivated people to work very hard. When it was being announced at KCC there, some ministers will hide their face because they know their ministries have not done well. So people worked hard. So it is important because we get salaries from the public. So we should be accountable to the public, Mr. Chairman.
The last court, George Murugara, Sir George, Daoud, and Mary.
Thank you very much.
One
Mr.
question
Speaker.
each.
One question, then the public one I'll ask, I will not ask again. That will be the end of it. Let me ask my own questions to the nominee, because this issue of ESCC is a little bit sensitive, but it's also important that we get the corrective facts, especially as regards the allegations. Number one, ESCC every day starts saying that they sent your file to DPP for prosecution. But you've informed this committee that you did not record a statement, which means you were actually not heard. In your position, would have ESCC recommended a prosecution before hearing you? That is very important. Number two, you went to court. You got a conservatory order. The question we ask is the conservatory order still in force? And if it is, are the proceedings which you took to court still live, or they have been terminated? And if they've been terminated or they've come to an end, what has been the end result? Now, this other one on behalf of Kenyans. It's a fortunate or unfortunate, depending on how you see it, but your side of the political divide told Kenyans, go and take the Hustler Fund and do not pay. They went, borrowed the money, they have not paid up to a tune of 12 million. Now the shoe is on the other foot. This money needs to be recovered through the revolving system. You are in charge. Will you now turn around and tell the same people that they have to repay the money because the money must be repaid?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Oparanya, you have talked a lot about the cooperative societies, so I won't take you back, but you have said it is a management issue. I want to put it to you, it's not a management issue. The issue is, if you do get appointed, it's the Commissioner of Cooperatives, together with his officers on the ground, who abate corruption, because my people have lost 2 buildings in Meru because of no elections are done for the cooperative societies. But it's a problem within the cooperative officials. You have talked about Uwezo Fund and all that. There was a bill, I think about 4 or 5 years back in Parliament regarding Uwezo, all the funds. It was called Biashara Fund. Maybe you may need to follow it up, how far it went, because I think there was a cabinet paper to move all the funds into one fund, Biashara Fund. By the way, Uwezo Fund in my constituency is doing the best in the country. From 16 million, I have disbursed 61 million. The last one I want to put it to you is the SASRA policy, where the depositor, the savings are supposed to be, they are being told to deposit 10% a minimum, whereas it is very difficult for people to deposit that 10% for minimum. And there are some SACCOs, in particular, I would say, who have not been paid for the last 2 or 3 years, and they are in the media. KTN and Standard, it's been on media as well. They have not even remitted. They have been deducted for the last 2 years. The deductions have been deducted but have never been remitted to the SACCO. So what are you going to do if you do get approved?
Mary?
Nominee, my question is on MSME. Facilitating access to credit and support is core to the government empowerment agenda. And you know, you must empower the citizens for them to be able to pay taxes, live better lives, and also be productive generally. Now, MSMEs still struggle to obtain affordable credit because of the high interest rates and stringent lending mechanisms. Now, and I say this because we interact with Kenyans every day. And if I quote Honorable Speaker, our constituents ask us, nisaidie, ni boost biashara. Times are hard, ile pesa nikuwa nayo nimelipa school fees. There is market, but I need to boost my business. We have potential business women and men. Those who want to do startups or just boost what they are doing. But they don't have the money, they come to us, and that's why you've noticed most members of parliament have been organizing harambes just before the ban, so that we put together our business people and we do a fundraising for them to get money to boost their enterprises. So the question I want to ask the nominee, what measures will you implement to improve access to credit for MSMEs especially for women and youth. We have all these interventions, the Hustler Fund, the Women Enterprise, Uwezo. But it seems, again, this zeroes down to communication. Many Kenyans still do not know the existence of these interventions and how they can access these funds. Just related to that, what mechanisms will you implement to improve? No, I've said that one. What mechanisms will you put in place to bridge the financial gap, promoting responsible investment practices, and ensure financial sustainability? That is especially on loan recoveries. Thank you.
Answer those three. We're coming towards the end.
Yeah, George, thank you very much for that question. I want to confirm that I have never been heard, and I'm on record here. I've been a member of parliament. I know what is to be on record. And if you have someone there, you can confirm. Did you ever take a statement from a man called Wycliffe Ambassador of Paranya? I quote the orders clearly. I said the conservative orders, I quote them. I told you, I told the committee here that my family were being harassed. I was being told that your life is in danger. As a human being, you have to go to for protection. I could not go to report to the police station because the police were against me. I would not know. If I saw the police attacking you, how do you go to the same police to record a statement? So I decided another independent body can maybe listen to me for protection. And that's why I go into court, that I'm being harassed. Please, can these people be stopped? And I get compensation for this, and you determine if the case has not been determined. And I'm ready here to say in front of the cameras and in front of you, Mr. Chairman, that if I'm found guilty that I stole money from Kakamega County, I'm ready to resign if you give me this position. The issue of Hustler Fund.
Okay, I think if in fact they forwarded a file recommending your prosecution, if ESCC did that, recommending your prosecution to the DPP without your own personal statement, it's highly illegal and highly irregular.
Thank you.
In fact, you should lodge a formal complaint against ESCC for that.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, these institutions are there for some purpose, and if you met me in private, I will let you know. It's not for nothing. Now, the issue of Hustler Fund, I clearly said that I was talking from an ignorant point of view. I've now come in, and I've seen the intention of this fund was good. But the only problem was the implementation. So I was out there, I could not get the records.
Yes. No, I want to inform the nominee that it is for a fact, and it is in public domain, that the Hustler Fund has failed. What are you going to do about it?
I have said clearly that the intention was good, Mr. Chairman. But the fact that it was implemented in a hurry without proper structures.
You already
what I'm
said
going
that,
to do
yes.
is that I will make sure that if you give me the chance, I will make sure that proper structures are put in place, that money that is given to the people, out there to our people, it is recovered. It's a revolving fund so that other Kenyans are able to enjoy the money. Honorable Dawood, you have mentioned that the issue is the Commission of Cooperatives. Commission of Cooperatives, is, you see, is one person. I don't want to defend him here, but so many cooperatives have collapsed. Maybe yours is exceptional if the Commission of Cooperative was involved directly. But from my study,
point of information, Mr. Speaker. It is not him alone. He's got officers. It cascades all the way to the county and the constituencies. The people under him, together with him, there is a problem.
I understood him, nominee, to say that apart from the governance issues that you have said, corruption and so on, the office of the Commission of Cooperatives has not helped. It has been part of the problem. So he was asking, if you find favor, what will you do to make that office work?
Obviously, I will streamline the office. But as I've said here, I don't want to have a blame game at the moment. Give me a chance to go in there and look at this particular issue so that I can address it. And note down in your diary that after a month or so, if you give me the chance, let us discuss about it. Then I will be able maybe to give you the right answer. The issue of WESO fund, youth fund, women fund being put together as Biashara fund. I told you, I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes this issue is political. When you want to put youth fund, women fund together, and the women are complaining, no, we want just our fund separate. The youth are complaining we have youth fund separate. But this will require sensitization. If we can agree with members of parliament, and starting with you who are here, that we sensitize our people to agree this fund to be one fund and create units within the structure so that each particular vulnerable group is given their share, I think to me it will work very effectively. And that's the direction that we should go.
Thank you, nominee. We're coming to an end. I have just a few issues the public have asked me to put to you. Some you have answered, so don't belabor if you have. You are on record as advising borrowers from the Hustlers Fund not to repay. Is that still your position? Some chairmen of cooperatives who have been in office, one person says he knows some chairmen of cooperatives who have been in office for over 20 years. What will you do? You already answered that.
I've already done that.
How will you help SACCOs recover the billions defrauded from them by fraudulent managers of Cusco? Then another one says, you are on record as saying, nurses watagoma siku chache, wapate njaa, warudi kazi. Lakini the doctors have adequate money, they can sustain strikes. And the citizen says, with that kind of mentality, how will you deal with MSMEs comprising small-scale traders? I think
most of them have answered, except the nurses, doctors.
Yes.
And the nurses, doctors, Mr. Chairman, when I made that remark, you were there. You were there, and actually it was out of context because of the facts then. It was just a comparison that doctors have a chance, even if they go on strike, to go and work in private hospital and get their money. So if they are striking, they can sustain a strike for a long time, while nurses don't have that chance. That's why I was saying that nurses, they cannot sustain a strike because they have no alternative, while doctors have alternative. That's how it was, and you can protect me because you are there when I was talking.
I can assure the Kenyan who asked the question that I was there.
Yes, yeah.
Lastly, Honorable...
Mr. Speaker, before you go there,
yes,
Nominee, I doubt whether you'll be able to answer, but it's information from the public. They are saying, please ask the nominee about Metropolitan National Circle that is collapsing with millions of shillings for hard-working teachers in Kenya. They have never communicated on when the corporates will be refunded their money, and they have started closing down. Please, if you get into the office, save the teachers.
Dawood, what is it?
No, he has not answered about the deductions being done, but not being remitted to SACCOs. Is he going to do anything?
By employers?
Yes.
Yes.
The issue of Metropolitan, I wouldn't know the right facts, so maybe Honorable Muli, I will look into that and maybe come back to you, because I don't know it even, but let me take it up.
Deductions without remittances?
The issue of deduction without remittance, Honorable Chairman, in fact, this is a serious issue. At the moment, about 2.1 billion has been deducted from members and not remitted. And the most culprit is the county governments, that they deduct and they do not remit. This is a serious issue, and I think it can only be sorted out when we are in, where we will involve county government and of course national government. In fact, the cooperatives were pushing that their money should be deducted at the treasury from those affected counties. But in law, that is not acceptable, because the law does not allow that. So these are a thing that we can just sit down and see how best to do it.
Nominee, as we come to an end, yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before you conclude, you know the suitability of all these nominees. Part of it is largely hinged on integrity, in line with Chapter 6. And CS Nominee, you have just said on record there that should you be found guilty, you asserted you would be ready to resign.
Confirmed.
Confirmed. Now, I want to ask you to flip that. That says, if found guilty, if charged by DPP,
yeah,
taken to court and found guilty.
Yes.
In your view, should it be the perception that is there, or should it be on the basis of being under investigations, or should that process be at the point where you are found guilty, following due process in a court of law? At what point, ideally, would you resign?
Obviously, Honorable Chunga, I'm talking about a due process. There must be a due process. If there is another issue, it should be a file should be there. It should be taken to PPP, because that is the one.
So even if ESCC had recorded statements from you, from other people, but you are yet to be prosecuted, it is your position then that you are presumed innocent until proven guilty?
Yes, that's how the law is.
Yeah.
Unless you want to violate the law.
Chair.
Mr. Chunga, you know, I respect you very much. So I don't know if you want to violate the law.
No, all
due process.
All questions are innocent, so don't infer anything.
I just wanted it to be clear.
Yeah.
Because in other jurisdictions, like in the US and in many other Western democracies, people, even on the assumption or the impression that they are under investigations, there are people who choose to resign. So I just wanted that clarity, that you want us and the country of Kenya and yourself to follow due process as stipulated in our laws.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
That's what I said.
Chair, you see the beauty of this committee, the chairman is a lawyer, the vice chair is a lawyer, so we're well covered in terms of law, in terms of knowing the law. You see, Mr. Chair, whatever that's happening, whether it is AECC, DCI, they remain allegation. until they are proven in a court of law. This country has gone through that process long time. One time we elected president and deputy who were charged even in ICC. So these things are just rumors in town here until they are proven in court.
Nominee, as we finish, I don't have questions to you, but I want to encourage you. Order. I want to encourage you that in the event you find favor and get this position, the bedrock of our economy for the ordinary people lies in cooperatives. And you yourself have said they suffer from serious governance issues. They suffer from serious mismanagement, frauds, thefts, name it. Every single village in this country has a story to tell about losses through cooperatives. It's a nightmare. We hope and believe that in case you take this office, you'll do something different. Because since independence, we have had ministers in charge of cooperatives. And these piles and piles of theft and fraud have been going on. So we hope that you may find favor. If you do things differently.
Thank you.
Lastly, I want also to confirm to the public, because of what has been going on in the media, that this committee instructed the clerk of the National Assembly to write to the DPP and confirm whether there were proceedings of a criminal nature as had been publicized going on against you. I want to tell the public that the DPP wrote back to the clerk of the National Assembly and said there are no investigations or proceedings of a criminal nature going on against you. You are hereby released to go. Oh, sorry. I have to ask you a few other things. In the rundown to this, we wrote to you and you responded to the memorandums that were filed against you, which were, I'll tell you how many there were. There were 29 in number. I'm being shown something, but you have answered it already about MSMEs.
Yeah.
Lastly, I'll ask you these mundane questions. Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigations?
No.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
No, I held a position, Honorable Chairman, but I resigned on Friday last week. And I think there is a letter in my file to that effect.
What is your net worth in terms of wealth?
About 600 million.
600 million made out of?
Mainly is buildings and houses that I reside in.
We'll leave it there. We wish you well. And you are hereby released to go back to your other duties.
Thank you very much.
You will collect your original documents. We have checked and found them in order.
Yeah.
Sergeant, you can pass on the documents to the nominee and escort him out of this chamber.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Honorable members, we'll break for lunch. I don't know if it's late lunch or early dinner. And resume at 4:40. 4:40.
there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends. What position were you in? I was number 2. What position were you? Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwa watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Welcome to The Realtor, where we take you on an exciting journey from bare land to dream home. Step 1. Finding the perfect plot. We explore location, size, and potential. Next, construction begins. Witness the foundation being laid, walls rising, and rooms taking shape. Step 3. Electricity matters. We delve into wiring, switches, and smart home tech. Step 4. From paint choices to fixtures, it's all about aesthetics. Step 5. It's time to get the right furniture. Finally, the big day. Time to move in and create memories. Join us on the journey to making homes a reality on The Realtor, Tuesdays, 6:30.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Welcome to The Realtor, where we take you on an exciting journey from bare land to dream home. Step 1. Finding the perfect plot. We explore location, size, and potential. Next, construction begins. Witness the foundation being laid, walls rising, and rooms taking shape. Step 3. Electricity matters. We delve into wiring, switches, and smart home tech. Step 4. From paint choices to fixtures, it's all about aesthetics. Step 5. It's time to get the right furniture. Finally, the big day. Time to move in and create memories. Join us on the journey to making homes a reality on The Realtor, Tuesdays, 6:30.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic kids and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Welcome to The Realtor, where we take you on an exciting journey from bare land to dream home. Step 1. Finding the perfect plot. We explore location, size, and potential. Next, construction begins. Witness the foundation being laid, walls rising, and rooms taking shape. Step 3. Electricity matters. We delve into wiring, switches, and smart home tech. Step 4. From paint choices to fixtures, it's all about aesthetics. Step 5. It's time to get the right furniture. Finally, the big day. Time to move in and create memories. Join us on the journey to making homes a reality on The Realtor, Tuesdays 6:30.
their friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Welcome to The Realtor, where we take you on an exciting journey from bare land to dream home. Step 1. Finding the perfect plot. We explore location, size, and potential. Next, construction begins. Witness the foundation being laid, walls rising, and rooms taking shape. Step 3. Electricity matters. We delve into wiring, switches, and smart home tech. Step 4. From paint choices to fixtures, it's all about aesthetics. Step 5. It's time to get the right furniture. Finally, the big day. Time to move in and create memories. Join us on the journey to making homes a reality on The Realtor, Tuesdays 6:30.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Welcome to The Realtor, where we take you on an exciting journey from bare land to dream home. Step 1. Finding the perfect plot. We explore location, size, and potential. Next, construction begins. Witness the foundation being laid, walls rising, and rooms taking shape. Step 3. Electricity matters. We delve into wiring, switches, and smart home tech. Step 4. From paint choices to fixtures, it's all about aesthetics. Step 5. It's time to get the right furniture. Finally, the big day. Time to move in and create memories. Join us on the journey to making homes a reality on The Realtor, Tuesdays 6:30.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Sergeant, we are, do we have quorum? No, we don't have quorum yet. Where is the whip?
Herself needs whipping. But he said,
Sergeant, we now have quorum. Can you bring in the nominee? Good afternoon. Take your seat. For the record, you are Honorable Justin Bedan Joka Muturi, EGH.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members, this is our second last nominee in this band, and the second last for today as well. Honorable Muturi, welcome to this committee. You are no doubt on familiar ground. This is a committee on appointments to engage you to assess your suitability for the office to which His Excellency the President has nominated you as Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Performance and Delivery Management. Honorable members, before we do anything, I'll declare my interest. The nominee was my classmate, was my roommate at the University of Nairobi. And Posing, you better understand, the University of Nairobi, not Nairobi University.
The University of Nairobi?
Yes.
Alumni?
That will not in any way prejudice my ability to chair this committee, to vet my classmate, roommate, and friend. I have not said this of any other nominee, because this is the only nominee I have that relationship with. Honorable nominee Muturi, you will take an oath. You have sat where I'm sitting before. You are of the faith, either Bible, is it called Gita, or Quran? Which one? Bible. So be upstanding, take the Bible in your right hand, and recite the oath.
I, Justin Bidan Joka Muturi, swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. You may sit and sign to the oath. Although you are Speaker Emeritus, for purposes of these proceedings, you will be referred to as nominee. Nominee, we want to start by, for the record, introductions. I'm the Speaker of the National Assembly, Chairman of this committee. On my right is my deputy, the Deputy Speaker, Gladys Boss. On my left is Sarah Kyoko, our Deputy Clerk. I'll invite all members to introduce themselves for the record.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Kimani Shogo.
Junet Mohammed.
The two speakers, Nelson Koech.
Kosi.
Karia David.
Mary.
Mase Mary, Teso South.
Abdul Rahim Daud, North Imenti Meru.
George Gitonga Murugara, Member Tharaka.
Owen Bayer, Member Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui, MP Kadhiani.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Dido Raso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, Balambala.
Rehab Mukami, Nyeri.
Caleb Mrs. Sabuti.
We'll start in earnest. Before we ask any questions, if you have your documents, give them to the sergeant to pass on to the clerk to verify the same. I'll ask you to introduce yourself, even as we know you. Your name, your educational background, your work experience, and your key competences that make you suitable for appointment as Cabinet Secretary. In less than 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members. My name is Justin Muturi, Cabinet nominee for the docket of public service and human capital management, according to the letter that I received. My educational background, I may start by saying that I went through local primary schools in the village where I was born in Embu. Left the village, went to Kangaroo School, and for 6 years, and thereafter to the University of Nairobi, where after completion, I joined the Kenya School of Law for a diploma in law. Straight from the School of Law, I was employed as a magistrate, and I served in various parts, including but not limited to Bungoma, and all the courts within Bungoma and Busia, then districts, now counties, moved to Kiambu in Githunguri and Thika, moving on to Machakos, and finally in Nairobi, where after a period spanning about slightly over 15 years, I resigned to go to venture into politics. At my first attempt in 1997, I did not succeed, but soon thereafter, the vacancy fell, the seat fell vacant through death, and I was elected as Member of Parliament for Siakago constituency, as it then was known, after which I joined Parliament, and in 2002, December, I successfully defended my seat and returned back to Parliament, where I served as opposition chief whip then, because the party on which I had been elected and been trounced very badly in the 2002 general elections, and we became the opposition. While in Bunge at that time, I was also elected by my colleagues to chair the Public Investments Committee, where some of the people who served me, I can see are to the left of Mr. Speaker, Chairman, and a few other officers. Mr. Chairman, in 2007, I lost the parliamentary seat, and I was out of Parliament for 5 years, during which period I was deeply engaged in the constitutional review programs that were there. And I was finally elected as to chair the Center for Multi-Party Democracy. After that, Mr. Chairman, in 2013, after the general elections, I was elected the Speaker of the National Assembly, a position I held for 2 terms. In the elections of 2022, Mr. Chairman, I did not run for any office, but I joined through a coalition partnership agreement with the teams that formed Kenya Kwanza, initially being the United Democratic Alliance Party, Ford Kenya, and ANC as leader of the Democratic Party. Subsequently, His Excellency the President appointed me through a nomination that was approved by this House, by this committee, recommended for approval by this committee to the House, subsequent to which His Excellency the President appointed me as the Attorney General, the 8th Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya. I served in that position for a period of 20 months and 15 days, up to the 11th of July 2022, when I tendered my resignation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and honorable members.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, any question?
No questions. No questions for my senior. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS nominee, there is a government internship program under the Ministry of Public Service, and many of us have messages from Kenyans, especially young Kenyans who have gone through the internship program, asking what is the plan of onboarding them as permanent staff in government, or linking them with other state agencies, for permanent and pensionable jobs. And we'd want to hear what plans you have, should you be confirmed into that docket, to make sure that that internship program not only helps the youth to gain experience, but also helps them to get linked to actual permanent and pensionable jobs.
Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Leader of Majority, for that question. Indeed, I want to confirm to this committee and to Kenyans that I have also received well over close to 300 such messages from those interns, the young Kenyans who have gone through that program, which was initiated, I believe, with the very best of intentions. But unfortunately, I think the implementation has faced some challenges because young Kenyans have been taken through the program, posted into ministries, but after 1 year, they find themselves back on the streets. Indeed, it is a very challenging thing. Mr. Chairman, my personal view about this program of internship, before I come to say what I think should be done, is that it should be changed to not just a Public Service Commission internship program. It should actually be a Kenya national internship program, where both government and the private sector become active players. I believe it would have been much better if the program had involved the private sector, because the skills that these young Kenyans have are varied. They're not necessarily trained to go and work in the public service. Because sometimes you may find a university graduate that has been trained in agriculture, for instance, being taken to the Ministry of ICT. They will just be there for those 12 months and the stipends that they are given. After 12 months, those kids have really gained very little in terms of the field that they were trained in by way of experience. So, Mr. Chairman, my view is that this program should be worked, reworked, re-engineered, so that the young Kenyans that are taken into it are taken including the private sector, where indeed the private sector would be encouraged. Either government of Kenya, because Parliament gave the resources to the Public Service Commission to employ those or to engage those interns. But if we expanded it, it means that either the government of Kenya would have young Kenyan interns being taken to various places in industry, both in the public sector and in the private sector, where their skills would be much more relevant and would be much more useful. And thereafter, either it can be agreed that government will pay for continue paying their stipends, or in the alternative, those private sector players to whom the interns would be attached would be given some incentives. And indeed, perhaps if we did that, we could find that we could actually attract more Kenyan youth in the internship program than the current numbers that we take today. Moving forward, Mr. Chairman, I think it's not right to assume that governments can employ every Kenyan that has gone through school. But on the other hand, government has a responsibility. We all have a responsibility in leadership to ensure that we grow the economy of this country so as to be able to attract as many of our young, talented Kenyans into the job market. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, this is a program that I intend to, if I find favor, as Mr. Chairman, you I've heard you say from time to time, you have find favor with this committee and the House and get confirmed into this position through appointment. It is something that we will need to sit with the Public Service Commission because, as you would appreciate, the role of the ministry is to facilitate. And, here, Mr. Chairman, it's good for me to point out that public service spans across every arm. So that, indeed, Mr. Chairman, even the policeman on the road is the public service. The doctors and the health personnel are also doing public service. So it's a ministry that I find quite interesting. It permeates every sector of the public service. But more specifically, to respond to the issue raised by the Leader of Majority, which has also been raised with me, as I said at the beginning, it is to sit with the Public Service Commission and see how best to address the plight of the various cohorts, because very few, Mr. Chairman, have been absorbed in the public service. And these are our children. We all must feel for them. We see how best to have them placed in well-paying jobs and remove them from the streets. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yes, Mary.
Thank you, Chairman. Nominee, Kenyans, with respect to the same issue of internship, Kenyans want to know the fact that the outgoing CS did suspend ongoing and any new recruitment. If you are approved, what you're going to do about that? He had proposed a formation of a tripartite committee to look into all those issues. And they are also saying the public servants, they're aging. The public service is an aged lot. And so in the interest of succession planning, what are you going to do if at all you are suspending recruitment? And finally, they're also saying they're raising the concerns on corruption and nepotism, where jobs at the public service are also going to the highest bidder or to whom you know. So if you are approved, what are you going to do about it? So kindly speak to those issues and you'll be, so that we do not bring up the issue again. Thank you. Chairman, this is just a supplementary question. I hope I don't lose my slot later, because I'm very interested in this. We're going to third reading of a bill I have sponsored on the public service internship. And I agree with you what you have said. We actually consulted a lot on the private sector, but we realized it needs further engagement on issues to do with private sector because incentives and all that. But now, the direct question that the young people are asking, and they have told me without that amendment in your bill, in the third reading, but then you can stay with your bill. They are saying there has to be provision of them gaining full employment after the internship, because they're saying otherwise, if that is not there, the government and other entities are just enjoying cheap labor, and then they go back, as you have said, after 1 year. And so it is good to be honest, because I know later you'll be told it's budgetary issues. You can commit here and then later you say there's no money. So the young people just want an honest answer, whether they will be employed after their internship. And the last thing just on that, Chairman, is that the last question, I agree with you also on one thing. Public Service Commission, and we engaged during the public participation. Internship is not a preserve of the Public Service Commission. The Parliamentary Service Commission also takes interns, the Judicial Service Commission, other commissions in TAC, which actually has a good practice where they have a merit list. So instead of advertising again for new people to get full employment, why don't we have a database of the ones who've done internship, and they be given priority when it is time for employment, and they create space for others to get internship?
Mr. Chairman, can I? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And through you, Mr. Chairman, I want to respond to the issues raised by the member for Teso South, the Honorable Mary Amase, where she raised the issue of a circular. And let me first of all say that I haven't come across any such circular. It was a pronouncement which I think has not been secularized. The issue that I'm aware of is that of course, which every one of us is aware, is the issue of the austerity measures being implemented currently, which have necessitated some temporary or sort of a moratorium on recruitment. It is not that it has been stopped. So it's not. I don't think whether it's right for us to say that there's been a circular. There hasn't been any, because I've gone through. It's an issue that I was addressing when I met with the senior staff of the ministry. Mr. Chairman, the issue of aging staff is true, and this also speaks to the question of succession planning. And I think it is right to point to say that something somewhere has gone wrong within the HR department, the human resource area, because it is true, Mr. Chairman, you find, honorable members, you find that some very, very senior people in the public service, the people that deputize, and they are almost exiting the service, but the people deputizing them are so lowly placed. I think that is a mistake that must be corrected immediately. And it's a matter of us having to engage properly with the Public Service Commission, because people are all over. But some certain things which I believe maybe we will have occasion to discuss later, the issue of training, on-job training, seems to have taken some back seats. And that is where the problem of aging staff, people wanting to remain without people sufficiently well prepared and trained to take over their positions. I think it is a mistake. It needs to be addressed as soon as possible. The Honorable Miriam Massey, through you, Mr. Chairman, did raise the issue of corruption in recruitment. Mr. Chairman, this is, I think, a thorn in all areas of, most of the publics in the entire gamut of public service recruitments, because there's a lot of opaqueness. Positions are advertised. When people are long listed, you see names, then they are shortlisted, then you don't know what the processes that happen thereafter. And connected to this, Mr. Chairman, is if you read Article 232 of the Constitution on the mandate and functions of the Public Service Commission, among others, is to ensure efficiency and effectiveness in the public service. And the other value and principle is the diversity of Kenya, diversity among regions and communities. It is a value that is embedded in that Article 232. But, Mr. Chairman, you and I will know, sometimes it's very difficult, and we have seen reports that have been published that really show skewed, very, very skewed situations about how many people, how many civil servants are in which area. And, Mr. Chairman, I'm not blowing a trumpet, but I want to tell the country and this committee that while I worked here, we had occasion to, first of all, before making placements, to indicate, first of all, to get to know how many people already are in service and from which counties, so as to ensure that those counties that do not have representation here, even through affirmative action, get the chance to work at this premier institution, national premier institution called Parliament. Mr. Chairman, in addressing this issue, these are some of the practices that I would want to suggest to the Public Service Commission to employ, because every part of Kenya deserves a chance to serve in the public service. Mr. Chairman, I have sympathy with what the Honorable Lesunda, through you, has been told by the young people as she was processing her bill. Mr. Chairman, we must say this without feeling shy about it. It may not be possible for the public service, indeed not just may, it cannot be possible for the public service to employ every Kenyan that goes through the training. But it is the duty of government to ensure that we have policies and programs that make it possible for the economy to absorb those whom we train in our various institutions of higher learning and others. So it's an altruism, and I think I want to agree with the honourable member that I don't want to be visited to be haunted by nightmares. If I give a commitment here that we will absorb, the chairman, we may not be able to, but we have to look for ways of ensuring that those that have been taken through the process finally find some placement one way or other. There are various options available.
Thank you.
Before he moves out of that, Honourable Speaker, would you then, if you may not assure them of placement, but at least priority when opportunities arise, especially now that there has been a pronouncement that those who are above 60 years of age will not have their contracts being renewed or extended?
Actually, I had noted the issue of priority, that yes, and I think we must take a lead from what the president said the other day when he was at a pass-out parade for the NYS recruits, when he suggested to the Kenya Defence Forces and the National Police and other security agencies that please, when you're recruiting, because the people that go through the NYS first of all get a 6 months paramilitary training. So it makes perfect sense that if possible, do about 80% of those, and they come from every corner of the Republic. So even in respect to these interns, I think we should give priority when it comes to absorption to those that have gone through the program. Thank you.
Jeanette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, through the nominee, there are one or two issues is for clearing the air, and one is a question. The ones of clearing the air is you served as Attorney General for the last, let's say, 2 years now, a few months remaining. The issues that came that people were not taking your advice, whether they were legal or they were non-legal, I don't know, but your advice, which I assume they were legal. Could you touch on that matter? And then the other issue is when you were working at the Attorney General.
Which people? He was not advising people, he was advising the government.
Yeah, I'm saying.
So be specific with your question.
No, I'm saying there was accusation, there were statements out there saying that your advice was not being taken. There was a statement out there in the public domain that your advice was not being taken. So the advice could be taken by the government people in whichever capacity they are serving. Then secondly, the issue of when you are running the office of the Attorney General, there were issues, I found that one in Parliament, between your office and the Public Service Commission in terms of recruitment of that office. And now you are going to be working with them in terms of policy, you will be in charge. How will you take care of that? Then my last question is, the president, when this uprising happened the other day, one of the statements he issued was that people who have reached the age of 60 years must leave the civil service. But there are people who are 60 now and still working. They have contracts that are running. Now, and that is the way we can bring up the youth into the system when you create space for them. So what do you think you will do if you get favor with this committee and you are appointed? Will you create that space for the youth so that these people who have clocked the age of 80, they should leave, that they leave the civil service? Because they have 60 and not 80. No, I didn't say 80, 60. No, you people, I know why you're saying 80, but I said 60.
Posing.
Thank you, Speaker. And the nominee, Speaker Emeritus. One is, should you get favor, now that the word is popular, should you get favor from the committee and approved by Parliament? Please, what practical thing will you do? Will you audit or something like that in terms of community balances in terms of employment in public service? Because that item although the Constitution prescribes Honorable Speaker Emeritus, but it's being abused. Nobody follows completely. And therefore, it's very skewed. The employment of government in public service is very skewed. So what will you do, an audit or something like that? And how will we know that actually you did that? Number two is have an overlook or a compound look at the counties public service, public service. I think, Honorable Chair, if there are people who are, I will say, they are suffering psychologically, are almost the entire employees of counties. The entire counties in this country, 47. Why? Because
Hey there friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
You're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic kids and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Welcome to The Realtor, where we take you on an exciting journey from bare land to dream home. Step 1. Finding the perfect plot. We explore location, size, and potential. Next, construction begins. Witness the foundation being laid, walls rising, and rooms taking shape. Step 3. Electricity matters. We delve into wiring, switches, and smart home tech. Step 4. From paint choices to fixtures, it's all about aesthetics. Step 5. It's time to get the right furniture. Finally, the big day. Time to move in and create memories. Join us on the journey to making homes a reality on The Realtor, Tuesdays 6:30.
Hey there friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic kids and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Welcome to The Realtor, where we take you on an exciting journey from bare land to dream home. Step 1. Finding the perfect plot. We explore location, size, and potential. Next, construction begins. Witness the foundation being laid, walls rising, and rooms taking shape. Step 3. Electricity matters. We delve into wiring, switches, and smart home tech. Step 4. From paint choices to fixtures, it's all about aesthetics. Step 5. It's time to get the right furniture. Finally, the big day. Time to move in and create memories. Join us on the journey to making homes a reality on The Realtor, Tuesdays 6:30.
Hey there friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights,
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
strategies,
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
and stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Welcome to The Realtor, where we take you on an exciting journey from bare land to dream home. Step 1. Finding the perfect plot. We explore location, size, and potential. Next, construction begins. Witness the foundation being laid, walls rising, and rooms taking shape. Step 3. Electricity matters. We delve into wiring, switches, and smart home tech. Step 4. From paint choices to fixtures, it's all about aesthetics. Step 5. It's time to get the right furniture. Finally, the big day. Time to move in and create memories. Join us on the journey to making homes a reality on The Realtor, Tuesdays 6:30.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
At the county level. So that would be my response to that. Mr. Chairman, there was, through you, there was the question raised by the Honorable Gekaria, the member for Nakuru Town East, if I still remember his constituency, about disciplinary cases taking far too long to resolve. And this is a matter, fortunately, Mr. Chairman, I can speak to this one for quite at great length because I have had occasion to deal with disciplinary cases within the Public Service Commission. It is the procedure that is used that is too long, Mr. Chairman. I do recall when I was a magistrate, I got involved in dealing with some of those cases because the process starts at the ministry level, because as you know, under clause 5 of that article 232, the PSC is empowered to delegate any of its functions to other bodies or to some of its members, and some to any public officer or other authorities. One of the functions that they have delegated is through letters they write to people called authorized officers. It is that issue of the HR function. And I think, Mr. Chairman, my own experience is that it has not been carried out properly. And it speaks volumes. When cases, disciplinary cases, take so long, and possibly the staff who are the subject of those disciplinary proceedings are put on half salary, or they are not allowed to participate in several other service functions that they were engaged to do. So it's a matter that I think we need to streamline the procedures so that matters can be resolved. And at this point in time, when we are all talking about leveraging on technology, I think these are matters that should be resolved much faster. On the question of resignation, if I got the Honorable Carrier properly, he said that he saw that I had resigned. That's what is in the Kenya Gazette. It is true indeed that I resigned, and there were reasons. Because as you would expect, at the national executive level, and I know the country was alive to the fact that there had been some disquiet. And the only honorable thing at that point in time to do was to take a position through a route that is provided for in law, to allow His Excellency the President opportunity to reorganize his government as he desired. So rather than allow a situation whereby you tie the president with the fact that certain things have not happened, or this or the other as provided for in law, I took the option of assisting the president to make the decision to do the alignment. Honorable Chairman, there are two other areas. The issue raised by the Honorable Caleb Amisi about the NYS, and he did give examples about the American Peace Corps. I think those are very positive remarks and comments. But I want to add that yes, Honorable Caleb Amisi did mention the issue of discipline, Mr. Chairman, and it is not without foundation, because the 6 months paramilitary training obviously equips the trainees with certain patriotic norms that ordinarily will not be found in an environment that is not such as the one we find ourselves in the NYS training camps. But I did say that, Honorable Amisi, that there is the 6 months paramilitary training, and there is the 1 year national service. From this national service, the graduates are assisted almost invariably, where it is possible, to either become self-reliant or self-employed, if you wish. And those others that depend on what courses one takes, because when they go for the national service, they take some certain job-related courses. It could be in the hospitality industry, it could be in construction, and such like trades. And those that also wish to continue with further training are encouraged to join currently the TVET programs within the Ministry of Education, where they would go and to get either diplomas or certification at the TVET level to equip them further for the job market. I want to agree with the member that indeed there have been incidences where corruption has been mentioned. I think this is a matter of concern to all of us. We've seen some of them. I don't want to go into some details, some of which I'm sure most members may have seen, as when people start moving around with appointment letters or recruitment letters, it becomes, it is something that speaks to the integrity of a process. And I think it's one of the areas
point
that...
of order, Speaker. Yes. Just to clarify to the nominee, because I don't think you got my question clearly. I don't need to go to the nitty-gritties of the operations of NYS. It's common knowledge, we know it. My question was that this good program that has undergone a lot of mutations, that's why there is now the paramilitary being introduced. But initially, at some stage, it used to actually be a compulsory stage for those who are even advancing to universities and institutions of higher learning. It was a compulsory stage, meaning the initial perception of this was to incorporate all youth towards a compulsory stage before you advance to the other programs. So how can we expand it so that it stops being a privilege for the few, that letters are now being floated, it becomes gold for you to get an NYS letter? How can you expand that program more or less the way it was? That's the question.
Well, that's a governance issue. Madam Deputy Speaker, it just speaks to lack of order, and lack of discipline, because it shouldn't happen that way. But we do know that it has happened, and it does happen. But of course, the corruption that you mentioned about, other than this one of recruitment, which can be addressed, because we just have to everybody to play their part. There are those of us who will be charged, and in this case, Parliament with oversight. And I must say that recently I watched some debate at which the House properly expressed itself with regard to some of these processes that have been happening. And I think that is the route to go, so that everybody knows that even as you undertake certain or any of the processes that you are enjoined to undertake, there are others who are watching, and there are others who hold you to account for your actions. But with regard to the other corruption that the honourable member mentioned, I want to say that when that problem came up, and I think all of us would recall, starting around 2017, that's when reforms were initiated within the NYS. And that's how by 2018 we came up with the National Youth Service Act of that year, which, among other things, introduced a council as an oversight body. And I think as Parliament, through the various committees, you are at liberty to call, to summon the council, and because they play an oversight role. But it is the National Assembly that has got general oversight over all national state organs and state officers. So indeed, I think on this, we play together. Whenever there is an issue that is being raised in this field, I would want us to be summoned by the relevant committee of the House, so that everybody be held to account. The Honourable Member for Nyeri, Chair, didn't raise the issue of the priority reforms that I would want to undertake. And what comes to mind immediately is the institutionalization of the performance management program, so that even as we do performance management, we hold people accountable for what they have undertaken or contracted to deliver within specified periods. And also, in my view, I would want to prioritize a reward mechanism, reward scheme, not necessarily monetary. And I've seen this, Madam Chair, in the judiciary. almost every quarter, you find who is the best performing judge in terms of how many cases they are able to clear because of the huge backlog that were found in the judiciary. How is it that we cannot do the same in the rest of the public service? Let us reward and recognize performance so that even promotion, even the areas we are talking about the succession planning, it also has some basis. You see people who exert themselves, apply themselves so diligently. I think it's only fair that there must be a way of recognizing that kind of performance. So that improves delivery of service to the Kenyan people. The other one that has been,
if you allow me, Speaker, just to speak into the issue of performance management. I'm a big supporter of performance management because I know what it can do. And during the Kibaki time, you could actually, I used to work in a university as a registrar, and we put. During that time, universities were assigned into performance management, and you could actually see the university grow, how many papers it has published, how many papers each professor has published, A&A, how it has been ranked in. You could actually see the growth because of performance management. As you take up this position, if approved by this committee, and this is part of public service, we'll be very happy if we initiated performance management through performance contract or any other form of performance management tool to actually be able to evaluate workers, their output, how much government is putting in and what is the output, so that we can see real growth, and this contributes significantly to GDP. Thank you.
Did you finish answering?
It's just that area of performance management, and I'm happy that the Honourable Member for Kilifi North has actually just got it, nailed it, because of course the public universities are they're still part of the public service, and we've had some in recent times. We've heard of complaints from students complaining that they start examinations and they have not received their results. You wonder, in that university, there's a lecturer who is involved in delaying those results. There is a head of department, there is a dean, and there is a vice chancellor. Surely, when these kind of complaints come, if we were implementing, if we had properly institutionalized, and I agree with the Honourable Member that this is something that this is the route to go, but we are paying lip service to it. We are not actualizing what is supposed to mean, because it is also service delivery. Those students are part of they are children of this country. When you hear students complaining that they start examinations and for 6 months down the road they have not gotten their results, and what, surely those students must have gone to raise those complaints with the lecturers, with the heads of departments, with the deans. I mean, surely it means something somewhere. There is a breakdown in the way we implement these performance contracts. Management and the delivery is not correct. Another area, again, to respond is how we communicate government programs. There has been all manner of communication from all quarters. Sometimes you see some of the communication, if you happen to be awake by midnight, you find there's still communication through some certain medium, and we just need to institutionalize it and make it work properly. This is another area of priority, Mr. Chairman, that I would think we need to implement alongside the reward, merit-based reward system, either on a quarterly basis or on a monthly basis, as the case may be. We must recognize industry and merit in the delivery of public services. I think that may be all.
Yes. I'm told you've done all that cohort. Sharia, anything?
Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I have a question from a constituent. Thank you.
Mheshimiwa Justin B. Turi, the question goes, despite the clear guidelines outlined in the scheme of service, there has been a noticeable trend of officers remaining in the same job group for extended periods. This stagnation not only demotivates employees, but also hampers overall efficiency and progression within the public service. How do you plan to address and rectify this issue to ensure compliance with the scheme of service and promote a more dynamic and motivated workforce? Thank you.
Chairman, I have one simple question. I have one, just one which is pressing. It is on the abolition of permanent and pensionable terms in the public service. Do you support or not? What are the advantages and disadvantages?
What? Terms. Thank you, Speaker. Mine really is not a question. I just want to comment. Speaker Emeritus, I think you are lucky that you have worked in government, the judiciary, in legislature, now in the executive. You have a good feel of what a government is, what the people are. I think what Honorable Kosin there said, the idea of regional balance, the idea of ethnic groups included in civil service, the idea of merit. I just want to emphasize that. I think as you go around, it is important to look at not just the entry level, even at the middle and the top. You look at the speaker, the deputy speaker, and the clerk. That is the sort of Kenya we want to see. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Point of order, small one, Speaker.
Because you are mentioned, it becomes a point of order.
Under your guidance, Speaker.
Okay.
Under your guidance, and thank you for your indulgence. You know, and I want to encourage the nominee, Honorable Speaker, that they should start from, in his audit which he mentioned.
If confirmed.
If confirmed.
Yes.
He should start from National Treasury. Because National Treasury is where the national cake is divided. And if they skewed things there, then the national cake is skewed. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, I had not asked a question.
Those who have not asked questions.
I hadn't asked. That time it was a supplementary, but because I was going to get an opportunity, I just want to add a rider to, because that is what I was going to say on what Honorable Russell has said. To the nominee, if you get an opportunity, please. Kenyans want to feel to be part of Kenya. And the only way is through inclusivity, fairness, and what is just. And it is enshrined in our Constitution. And you have said you will follow the Constitution. Kenyans do not want to see an advert of a senior position which is being filled, and they almost know it is for who, it is even tailor-made for who, and for which community. If a certain person exits public service, and he or she is from a certain community, it is almost certain they have to be replaced by someone from the same community. Let us have fairness and encourage merit. That is all I wanted to say.
A good comment. Mule, you pass.
Just a comment, and to the nominee, Mr. Speaker Muturi. Do you think we, as a government, we have a mechanism to monitor the efficiency, apart from the performance contracting of civil servant, to monitor efficiency and to increase transparency in government departments using electronic systems?
Good. Nominee take Naisula's comment positively, so it's not a question, so was Russell's. Sir George?
Let me just ask this on behalf of a member of the public, so that I'm not accused of not having done it. A Kenyan youth under the PSC internship program under cohort 6. Kindly, with regards to budgeting, do ask the nominee for PSC citing an example in State Department of TVETs that they are hiring 1,300 trainers under PNP terms, yet they have not included not even the currently active interns in all the TVETs countrywide, from Mombasa to Turkana, who are only 126 of them vetted, trained, qualified, which begs the question, to whom do these vacancies and jobs belong? Even the already qualified interns currently working in those TVETs do not qualify to be considered etc. That's a kind of sentiments we are getting from this, because no wonder they are saying the nasty things they're saying about occupying us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Justin Muturi, in February I passed my bill, which is waiting. It has already been debated. It is the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill 2022. It's passed through the National Assembly, passed through the Senate with some amendments, and we are going to look at, the committee will look at it. What it's mentioning, what Honorable Naisula has talked about, fairness in county, which county do you come from, and residents and all that. And when I did that, many universities, not just county assemblies, what Honorable Posing is talking, many universities, 70% of the staff are from the communities where it is based. But that is just for information for you. For county assemblies and county government workers, we've got, for the national government, public service has got 17 job groups. But for the county governments, there are 21 job groups. So there is, it's not at par. So would you consider to abolish, I don't know if it is possible, to abolish the boards and have it, or upgrade them to what is at the national level, because the salary increments are not there.
Under what law do you do that?
That's why I said if it is
you
in the law.
Can actually do it by amending the County Governments Act. You,
okay,
not him.
That one I will get.
Yes.
The other thing, would you check if because they don't have a service scheme for the county government workers? Is it possible, or that one even has to be done through Parliament? I don't know.
So, Nominee?
Mr. Chairman, if I was to respond to the last one by the Honorable Dawood, again, it's a function. That particular area with the counties is a function given to the Public Service Commission under Article 234, one of their functions. They're supposed to come up with standards, operating standards, which and you know, if we put them in law, national legislation will take precedence over what else they have done at the counties. So it's quite. I'm happy that you've actually processed your bill and you're putting those principles. Mr. Chairman, I was going to agree with the Honorable Dawood about these many job groups at the counties, because
very many.
Sometimes I came across an officer, some old man who was employed in my county, and he was said to be an environment officer. And to the best of my knowledge, when they mentioned environment, I was a bit surprised, because I didn't think he would be very well suited in that regard. But then later it was explained to me that he was engaged by the governor to advise on the political environment. So, so there are many job groups, and so it's one of those things. I think working in collaboration with the Public Service Commission, I think, because we have a duty, we serve the same people. We have a duty also to advise the counties that certain things just don't make sense. And the resources that are devolved every year are not just for purposes of recurrent expenditure. and I like the current trend that both Parliament and the national government have taken, that please dedicate not less than 30% of those resources to address issues of development. I think it's a good thing. The Chairman, going to the question raised by the member for Balambala, the Honorable Shurie, about the stagnation of people in one job group. It is one of those things that must be seen as, one can say that maybe somebody has slept on the job, because why are you stagnating somebody? And this is the reason why I'm saying there's need for us to introduce some monthly or quarterly reward system. And if we do that, something like that, we will see who it is that is stagnating. But I think the Public Service Commission, unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, have to, if you confirm me and the House approves, I would have to work with the Public Service Commission, and I have no problem about that, because I believe that what we will be proposing are ideas that would help in the service delivery to the people of Kenya. It is not a Muturi or Honorable Ishongwa's idea. It is for the benefit of the people of Kenya, so that when good ideas must give way to better ones, and better ones must give way to the best. So the schemes of service, I want to confirm, do exist still, but I think they are being implemented in very skewed ways, or they are not even being implemented in some cases, and therefore you find people stagnating in one place. And I think it is very, very demotivating, very demoralizing. You may find that some of the people stagnating are extremely hardworking, industrious people, but maybe because of some certain idiosyncrasies between the supervisors and others in the chain of command, they have been made to stagnate. I think these are some of the things that we need to begin addressing. If I find favor with you, Mr. Chairman, and the committee and the House, these are things that I promise I would want to undertake to visit. Mr. Chairman, through you, the Honorable Member for Likoni did raise the issue of permanent and pensionable vis-a-vis contractual terms or engagement. Mr. Chairman, the public service in any jurisdiction, as I know, is indeed really the soul of the nation. And I think I say this because you look at certain jurisdictions, Italy stays for sometimes up to 6 months without a government. But because the civil service is in place, it's well structured, these things we are talking about, people stagnating, people being favored because they come from this region or the other, those things are not there. That's why the civil service in a country like Italy, indeed, Mr. Chairman, even Britain, sometimes they change prime ministers 1 month, 2 months.
At time they changed 3 in 6 months.
Yes, but those countries are held together. Delivery of service is done because there is an efficient and effective mechanism by the public service of those countries. Same can be said about countries like Israel. Therefore, there is merit also in the question in having people on permanent and pensionable basis, while at the same time, there exists merit at certain levels. I mean, Mr. Chairman, I would find it, very, very punishing to engage a tea girl on contract terms, because or sweepers. It's good. You would be changing them so many times. I think some of them are clerical officers, but at certain levels, senior levels, there is merit also in having people on contract terms. In any event, members of parliament are at a very high level in society, and they are on contract. They are on 5-year contracts. So why should it not be that at certain levels, we also engage some of those people on contracts? I mean, for me, I think we can have a fused system where we appreciate that at a certain level, P&P has its own place. And then at certain other levels, contractual engagement of public servants would have some benefits. That would be my reaction to that issue. Thank you, Honorable Russell, Honorable Kosing, through you, Mr. Chairman. There's were comments to encourage, and I take it in my strength. I think, well, it has been said that we must begin by addressing the National Treasury, and I think the Honourable Member has a point, Mr. Chairman, because you know, we have read stories about what is called budgeted corruption. By the time documents are delivered to the House, so much has been done, so much has been planned for. Sometimes when you try to read through those documents and you are told maintenance of plant and equipment maintenance, you ask which equipments are these, you know? Sometimes you don't know which is which. And the same would go to how we recruit people also. Mr. Chairman, I want to give this committee some real example where 11 drivers were recruited and posted to the state law office. Only 4 of them had an idea how to drive. And they were on salary. So I said, oh, what, did you make a mistake? I thought this could only do sweeping or some other menial jobs in the office. But no, they are employed as drivers. Mr. Chairman, I have some examples which make me feel very passionate about actually, if the House approves me, want to go to this docket, because there are too many things, too many glaring things that need to be addressed. Well, the Honourable Member for Matungulu did raise the issue of the monitoring mechanism available in the implementation of various programs in the public service, particularly even performance management. This is one area that requires very close attention because, as I said earlier, Mr. Chairman, because Public Service Commission, in excess of the powers given to it in 234(5) to delegate. Once they delegate, and you know, Public Service Commission is only one small commission here in Nairobi. It is not in Turkana, it is not in Embu, it's not in Bungoma, it's not in Narok. It's just here in Nairobi. So once they have delegated, I think the follow-up mechanism on what happens to those people whom they delegate their functions has been lacking. And I think, Mr. Chairman, if, as you said, I find favor with yourselves, I would still want to work with Parliament. If I find favor, I would still want to work with Parliament because I think it is in Parliament where things can move. Some of these things which have failed in the public service, if we work collaboratively, we will be able to give better service to the people of this republic. Sorry, the last one, Mr. Chairman, is from the indomitable member for Tharaka, the Honorable Gigi Murugara, about this cohort, the cohort 6. There isn't much that I would want to add to save what I said when the Leader of Majority raised this issue, and we have had some quite big conversation, because it can only be looked at holistically. What I can promise is I would want to engage with the Public Service Commission on this issue, because we must find some solution to what we do with these children. They are young men and women of this country, full of energy, full of ideas, well-trained, but we have given them some little hope that, well, and that's the expectation of every Kenyan. You take them as interns, and Mr. Chairman, you and I and several other members I can see here would actually agree with me when I say that this program needs to be rethought. You need to think about it afresh. Because, Mr. Chairman, young lawyers, when they leave the law school and they go for internship, they don't just go to the judiciary or come to parliament or come to the state law office alone. They go to firms of senior lawyers and even in the private sector. They do their internships there. But this one, we just put it for the public service. And that's the reason I believe why it is giving us this problem. And forever, we must continue thinking about how best to address this challenge of these interns. Never forgetting, Mr. Chairman, that the proposal this year was that I think we take about 20,000. I don't know if we go that route without, first of all, just going to create in many more Kenyans. And no wonder, Mr. Chairman, then the next thing, they will be saying they want to Angukan with everything. There's something I'm talking about Anguka. They could easily say Anguka nayo.
This time they will Anguka na wewe. If you are approved.
So, Mr. Chairman, I just think that we need to think through this process collaboratively and involving many more stakeholders than just people at the Public Service Commission. As I've said, it is a small commission of nine commissioners. What the kind of staff they have? They are not outside Nairobi. So surely, I think they don't even have they have not had the capacity to go around the country to see what other areas of our economy we could think of people interning in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Everybody has had a go.
You have not asked my question.
You did.
It was just a supplementary.
It's a question nonetheless.
Supplementary on intervention. Just one, it's a comment. Actually, it's not a question from the public. Nominee, there is a Kenyan who is saying that the period between advertising for the jobs, interview, and onboarding by Public Service Commission is too long. That if you are successful, look into it. Another one is saying to quickly ease the pressure on unemployment, there are 30,000 Kenyans expected to retire, public servants. If you could quickly replace them once they retire. And the last one says, what plans do you have for thousands of support staff in Kenya secondary schools who are earning as low as 5,000? Is it possible for you to absorb them in Public Service Commission? And as I conclude, probably my in your first cabinet meeting, could you table a paper proposing for kazi kwa vijana? You can look for this money from some development partner or whoever, and this ease the pressure on unemployment. Thank you.
Yes, Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
she said there were comments. So
she's not about. But Mr. Chairman, the Honourable Member for Teso South has raised a very important issue about those people working in schools. It just shows that if the question is directed at me, then that Kenyan actually appreciates public service is not just here in Nairobi. So if I find favor again, Mr. Chairman, then let the Kenyans know that they will find me even in those schools, because those head teachers, those they called principals,
are your agents?
They are my agents, because they are also employing Kenyans
in public.
In public. So, and of course, Mr. Chairman, as I write down on this, if you walk through into any government office, including police stations, you find very well written service charters. But they are just there on the wall. You'll go, you find somebody, even in hospitals, public hospitals, very nice service charters, vision, mission. It's just like as you drive past Nyayo House, this is a corruption-free zone. I said, oh, this signboard is misplaced.
Even as your house.
And then others, you see, no smoking zone. Then you have to find the people who are there. So I think, Mr. Chairman, public service cuts across so many sectors, and I'm happy the member for Tesco South has raised this issue about people working in schools. Indeed, all those people are managers. They are people who are supposed to help us. Because even when they mess in those schools, it is the government, and not usually, it is the national government that takes the flak. Mm-hmm. So, you go to a police station, a citizen is reporting an issue, the way they are addressed, they start cussing why they made the decision to go into the police station. Surely, is it not possible that in the 21st century we can offer public service with a smile? Please, the person who has come to a police station, surely, he is not a mad person. They know the power that that you have. They know you have guns. They have come for help, for service. Mr. Chairman, I would just want to say that if, again, I find favor, yes, watch this space.
Good. You know, if in that messaging, for a long time, almost 10 years, at the Minister of Health, there was a big sign there. This is, cigarette smoking is not permitted on these premises. And there's a Kenyan who used to go and stand next to it and smoke bangi, because it's not a cigarette. You know, tell them also to do their messaging properly, you know. Now, we've come to a near end. I have a few issues from the public. Some of them we have already dealt with. But since the public is watching, we have a duty to pass on to you. Why is the PSC employing UHC staff on contract terms and paying them only half of their salary, even though their pay slip shows a low salary for the work they do? This question was also put to Alfred Mutua, isn't it? This goes against the constitutional principle of equal pay for equal work. Will they compensate for the underemployment? Please ask Honorable Muturi the fate of 46,000 JSS interns. They were employed as interns last year and haven't yet been confirmed. Most of these are also parents and graduated as early as 2012, and therefore the stipend of 17,000 cannot sustain them. Some interns have ended up being depressed. Please give a way forward for them. There are some public servants who stagnated for more than 10 years. How are you going to help them if appointed? I think you asked this. Please ask Honorable Muturi for his views on the current state of mental health among public servants and the plans he has in place to address. I think that you should speak to. What plans does he have, if appointed, to ensure that the staff morale across public servants is improved? While serving as chairman of the Parliamentary Service Commission, the Commission had attempted to usurp the role of the SRC by purporting to adjust the salary of members of Parliament. Does he still hold the same view? Does he think SRC oversteps into the mandate of other constitutional commissions such as PSC, TSC? Let him explain the nexus between his role as CS for public service and SRC. And the many others about retirement age, stagnation. There are almost 20, 30, but you have already touched on them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I start with the one of the universal, is it UHC?
Yes, universal health coverage.
Yes, okay. Staff being employed by the PSC. Well, Mr. Chairman, as I've already demonstrated, it's really the function of the PSC. It is their function to employ. But course, we being policy advisors, we will be in a position. We will be, if we find favor, in a position to have a sit down with the PSC to find out what, why there are those disparities. As they say, some people are getting, they're being employed better than, or being paid better than others, yet they did the same job. Mr. Chairman, on this issue of the JSS, even as much as it's not a matter that I have addressed my mind to, but I'll say what I've been reading, given the fact that it's a matter that belongs to the Ministry of Education, it's an issue that, because of the role that the ministry plays, if I find favor, I would want to have a sitting with the Ministry of Education and the TSC. But more importantly, Mr. Chairman, I think it is important to put a mechanism in which, like you said, some are saying they graduated as early as 2012. I think we need to have a transparent mechanism that of showing when you are recruiting, surely you trained somebody as a teacher, they graduated more than 10 years ago, and you're employing another one who just graduated last year. They have not even, and that is happening, Mr. Chairman. I want to confirm. I know it does happen. I think we need to have a transparent mechanism of ensuring that there is the fairness that we have been talking about, and that is what is required of us. Mr. Chairman, that was I want to speak to the issue of stagnation. I had already spoken about it, that we need to revisit the issue of the service schemes, the schemes of service, sorry. Mr. Chairman, there is already a cabinet paper which I found under preparation to address the issue of wellness and the whole area of wellness in the place of work for public servants. And if again I find favor, I intend to push it through. Mr. Chairman, I think it is maybe the Kenyan who asked this question that PSC attempted to increase or adjust the salaries of members of parliament during my tenure as a chairman of PSC. This is without foundation. Parliament never did that, and I know, Mr. Chairman, is because many Kenyans confuse several issues. When members raise the issue of mileage claims, people out there say, oh, they are increasing their salaries. When members raise the issue of sitting allowance, some people out there will say members are increasing their salary. We are so clear that the mandate to regularly review and set the salaries and remuneration of state officers is a function exclusively under Article 230 reserved to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. So it's not possible that we ever did anything like that. I'm sure maybe that is a bit of misinformation. The same would apply the issue about the CS for Public Service Commission vis-a-vis the SRC. We know the clear, delineation between what the SRC is supposed to do with regard to advising on the salaries and remuneration of people serving in the public service who are not state officers. So again, there can be no area of overlap or confusion between the CS for public service and the SRC. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
The very last, the issue of civil servants with fake documents or fake certificates, if you find favor, what are you planning to do to eradicate fraud in public employment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a matter that I think I've seen already some reports that indicate that there were a number of public servants who are found to have secured employment fraudulently using forged documents, academic or otherwise. Mr. Chairman, I think this is criminal. I think to send a clear message to those who are involved or may have been involved, the best thing is to have them arrested and prosecuted, because we must send a clear message that crime does not pay to everybody. So everybody seeking employment in the public service using fraudulent documents should be prepared that when they are found, they will face the full force of the law.
Thank you, Nominee. I'll ask you the last three mundane questions. Have you been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigations?
No.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
I resigned way back 2022, Mr. Chairman.
What is your net worth?
Sorry. Yes, Mr. Chairman. My current net worth is just slightly over 800 million. When I appeared before you in 2022,
yes,
my net worth at that time was about 761 million. Mm-hmm. So we have under a slight adjustment of about 5.6%, 5.68% to 801.
To 801. That is
761 to 801.
To 801.
Yeah.
761 to 801.
Yeah.
Speaker.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, 761 to 801 is a growth of 40 million.
Yes.
I have seen Senior Counsel Aben Nasir, who is a lawyer like yourself, ask that for all these years, you are only able to have a net worth of 761, then in less than 2 years, 40 million. What would you say to Ahmed Nasir? Because I know the answer myself, but maybe you can say something to him as a lawyer.
No, because I haven't been practicing, I cannot even answer it in that regard. But of course, we began in very, very junior levels in the public service.
Do you know how much you were earning? 2,400.
Yes.
You remember?
Yes.
That was our take home.
Yes.
We were appointed on the same day.
We were appointed on the same day with the chairman. And
yes.
As magistrates, and that's what we used to take home. So when somebody looks at the length of time that we've worked, part of it, and I did indicate that I put in a cool slightly over 15 years when we were earning those kind of meager salaries. Yes. So, well, for me, I think, Mr. Chairman, it's just to show that I've been a very modest civil servant or public servant.
Chair, maybe yes. What I wanted my former speaker to tell the Senior Counsel Aben Nasir, that even with your 2,200 salary then, a property you bought in Kanyuambora then at maybe 12,000 is today worth close to 60 million shillings. There's time value for money and values keep changing.
Even this is just adjustment. Most of it is just adjustment in valuation of some small property that I have in the village. And some little bit of farming activities that I do.
Okay, Speaker Emeritus, Nominee, we are done with you. We have checked your documents and found them to be in order, corresponding with what we have. We'll ask the sergeant to pass them on to you, and unless you are, I think also the memoranda sent out to you, you adequately responded to all of them. Yeah. So unless you are otherwise lawfully held, you are discharged to go to your other duties. And face the mountain and pray to find favor.
Honorable Speaker, when you speak
the Chairman, I just wanted to give, this is gratuitous. I just wanted to give for the benefit of staff, something I call an exit scorecard of my 20 months and 15 days at the state law office.
Give it to us. And hold on, Majority Leader was saying... So.
I was saying on a light note, I can confirm the Honorable J.B. Muturi does not pray facing the mountain. He's a very good Anglican. He does not go to the mountain. There are other people who are known for the mountain, not J.B.
I pray to only one God.
Morogara has a different knowledge. Your private life is not in audit. You may leave.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and honorable members.
Yes.
I've enjoyed this engagement, and as you said, Mr. Chairman, should I find favor, I'll still be ready to come back to the House and account for what I'll be doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good night. Members, the clerk needs 10 minutes to change files. So you
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
to hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Welcome to The Realtor, where we take you on an exciting journey from bare land to dream home. Step 1. Finding the perfect plot. We explore location, size, and potential. Next, construction begins. Witness the foundation being laid, walls rising, and rooms taking shape. Step 3. Electricity matters. We delve into wiring, switches, and smart home tech. Step 4. From paint choices to fixtures, it's all about aesthetics. Step 5. It's time to get the right furniture. Finally, the big day. Time to move in and create memories. Join us on the journey to making homes a reality on The Realtor, Tuesdays 6:30.
Hey there friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side. We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it. Grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Welcome to The Realtor, where we take you on an exciting